Clerk.
Correction and approval of record of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Tuesday, 12th September 2023.
Thank you, Clerk. How many of you don't have? Okay, they'll provide it now. Honorable members, meanwhile, some want to give 30 seconds, others 3 minutes, the like of Member Wuli is. Want to welcome His Excellency the Vice President and Honorable Ministers for today's question and answer session. Your Excellency, Mr. Vice President, you're most welcome on behalf of both sides of the Assembly.
Honorable Speaker, I want to, propose that we take a minute silence for the noble men and women in uniform who passed away yesterday. I propose we do that before we start.
Nomination member Mamuna Sise, you don't have? Yeah. Start now. Honorable members, can we start now? If we are fine. Clerk.
Once more, correction and approval of the records of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Tuesday, 12 September 2023.
Honorable members, correction and approval of record of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Tuesday, 12 September 2023. Honorable members, the record of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Tuesday, 12 September 2023 is before us for correction and approval. Can any honorable member please move a motion for the correction and approval of the said record of votes and proceedings? Member for Upper Fuladu.
Yes, Honourable Speaker, thank you so much. I rise to move a motion for correction of records of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Tuesday, 12 September 2023. Thank you.
Any seconder? Member for Nyani.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. I rise to second the motion.
It has been moved and seconded that the record of votes and proceeding of the National Assembly sitting of Tuesday, 12 September 2023 be approved. Any issue or issues and observation from honorable members may do so by raise of constituency tag, and we will begin by looking at page 1. Member for Jara West.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. On page 1, 6th Assembly of the Second Republic 2023 Legislative Year, second extraordinary session, votes and proceedings Tuesday 12. It's not second extraordinary session.
Number, please.
On top, the heading.
Okay, instead of third ordinary, is second extraordinary. So, and also wherever it appears, members can note that wherever it appears, the extraordinary should be expunged to read third ordinary. Member for Nyanija.
There is a mistake somewhere then, because me, I have the correct copy. 6th Assembly of the Second Republic 20.
We had one.
Ah, wow.
Page 1. All right. Any other issue or issues on page 1? In the absence of further issues, can we move to page 2? Page 2. Page 3. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Let's move to page 5. Member for Jara Central.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Page 5, on the list number 12. The spelling for Cisse there.
Page 5.
Yeah, on the
List
list.
of names.
Exactly.
Number 12.
Yeah, exactly.
Honorable Abdullah CEE. It should be Abdullah Cisse. It should be CEE SAY. SAY is missing. Page 5. Page 6. Page 6. Page 7. Yes, member for Central Badibu. Yes, please.
Oh, did you pass page 3?
Please, page 3, we can go back. The member for Central Badibu.
Yes. You said the following members were absent with permission. Speaker, Fabakar Tombonjada, Honorable Fabakar Tombonjada. Who gave him permission?
I gave him permission. You know, matters affecting him is handled by myself. Page 7. Page 8.
8.
Member for Nyanija.
Yeah, thank you very much. Page 8, is this second to last paragraph, where you have Honorable Jibimbalo, member for Lower Flood West, seconded the motion and took part in the debate of the bill. It should be took part in the debate of the motion, not the bill.
All right, on page 8, table of his, please take note. The member for Nyanija is suggesting on the last item, second to last item also. Honorable Jibimbala, member for Lower Fuladu West, seconded the motion and took part in the debate of the bill. It was a bill, but a motion moved by him. So he is proposing for the bill to be removed and replaced with motion. Take note. Any order? Page 9, can we move to page 9? Member for Woolley is?
Yes, thank you, Honourable. Page 9, below, where we have question put. The Assembly unanimously agreed to read the bill a second time. Did we agree to read it a second time?
On which?
That will be doubling.
Member for Woolley is? Which item?
I said page 9. When you come down, question put and agreed to. That we've agreed to read the bill the second time. I think it's to consider the bill. Full stop. Rather than reading it the second time. You've seen it.
Page 9. Second to last item on page 9. Question put and agreed to. The member for Woolley is proposing. What you have is the Assembly unanimously agreed to read the bill for a second time. And his proposal is proposing, member for Woolley.
Yes, can I propose?
Member for Woolley is, please, and member for Nyanija, please.
Can I propose?
Yeah. A member for Central Badibu?
Yes, yes. The Assembly unanimously agreed the bill to be read second time. The bill to be read second time. Sorry. The Assembly unanimously agreed the bill to be read second time.
There is counter proposal. Majority,
Yes, thank you very much.
Majority leader and member for Kantora.
Yes, thank you very much. Where he said, I'm taking him back. Student of English are here. Honorable Juimbalo, member for Lower Fladugu, seconded the motion and took part on the debate of the bill. It's correct. The motion was seconded, but the debate is on the bill. The bill is not a motion, it's a bill. So it's correct in this form. Exactly. Yes. Yeah. The motion is seconded, but the debate was on the bill. It's correct. No.
Please, order. Majority leader, you are taking us back instead of addressing the issue raised by Woolley is. Okay, now let's deal with this thing first. Member for Woolley is. The member for Woolley is. Can you please repeat your proposal, please?
Proposal is just to consider the bill, rather than saying reading it. We've done the second reading, but now if you say to consider reading the bill again.
Member for Nyanija.
Honorable Woolley, I think how it is right. Probably maybe the language can change. Because if the assembly don't agree, the clerk wouldn't read the bill for the second time. So this is what is here. Now, if the question is correct, that's why they put it there. The assembly unanimously agree for the bill to be read a second time. Then the speaker will instruct the clerk to read the bill for the second time, and it will deem to have been read a second time. But without that, it was not read.
Nominated member Kebalang Fokana.
Honourable Speaker, I think it is in order, and to justify that, I will refer the House to Standing Order Section 67, which states second reading. They didn't say consideration. So, by virtue of that fact, the write-up is in order. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, it appears that most members want it to be as it is. Is that correct? Is that correct? Yes. So we leave it as it is. Page 10. Yes, member for Nyamina West.
Thank you. Page 9 still. On top of question put and agree where you have at the invitation of the Honourable Speaker, Honourable Amadou Kamara, member for Nyanija. Check the spelling for Nyanija. N-I-A-N-I-J-A.
It's correct.
Oh, okay. All right.
That's correct. Page 10, page 11, page 11. Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the record of votes and proceeding of the National Assembly sitting of Tuesday, 12 September 2023 be approved with amendment. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
Order 51, Matters of the Day, by Honourable Majority Leader and Member for Kantora. Matters of the Day, Standing Order 51, by the Honourable Majority Leader and Member for Kantora.
Honorable members, my office is in receipt of a request made by Honorable Majority Leader and Member for Kantora, seeking permission under Order 51.1 and 2 of the Standing Orders to make a statement to this Assembly on the shooting of 2 police officers of the Gambia Police Force. Honorable members, having considered the request of the Honorable Member under provisions of Orders 51.3 A, B, C, and D, and 51.5, and noting that the request has satisfied the Standing Orders provision, I now grant the Honorable Member leave to make his statement to the Assembly. However, I wish to draw the attention of Honorable Members to Orders of 51.8 of the Standing Orders that the time allocated for the matters of the day shall not exceed 3 minutes for the Honorable Members who may wish to make statements, and the time allowed for the matters of the day is 30 minutes. Therefore, I also urge Honorable Members to observe Order 51.9 of the Standing Orders for guidance. And as well, before calling on the Honorable Members, I want us to observe a minute silence in honor of the gallant officers who unfortunately lost their life. Before calling on the members, please. A minute silent. May Allah grant their soul mercy and rest in Jannah. I now call on the honorable member to make his statement to the Assembly.
Good morning, Honourable Speaker. Good morning, Honourable Member of Parliament. Good morning, Your Excellency and entire cabinet members here present. Honourable Speaker, I rise, under your permission, under Order 51A12, matter of the day with a heavy heart regarding a grave and deeply distressing incident that has shaken our nation, the killing of 2 police officers of the Gambia Police Force. Honourable Speaker, just a few moments ago, I was briefed that 2 dedicated, courageous police officers of the Gambia Police Force, PC by the name Pati Jallo and PC Sanjay Gomez, tragically lost their lives in line of a duty to a gunshot wound. A third victim was PC Nancy Jao, is currently under medical care with her condition deemed critically and yet stable. These officers were patriotic citizens who had dedicated their lives to safeguard the lives of our citizens, were brutally gunned down by an unknown assailant yesterday night at Sukura traffic light. This heinous act of violence does not only claim the lives of these 2 brave individuals, but strike unbearably at the very heart of our new Gambia and our new renowned collective commitment to the rule of law, democracy, and good governance. Honourable Speaker, I condemn these senseless and act of violence and urge the executive to leave no stone unturned to bring the perpetrators to book. This country is our country of law, and this assembly has responsibility and moral duty to ensure that this doesn't descend into a jungle. Our thoughts and prayers go to the victim family and loved ones during this time of unimaginable grief, and I wish to urge the government to do all what it can to support the families of these young gallant men who lost their life in this tragic manner and be granted a befitting burial. I also call upon the Assembly to unite in condemning this act of senseless violence and to express our deepest condolence to the family of the fallen officers. As a government and people, we must reaffirm our commitment to a society based on rule of law, where our brave men and women in uniform carry out their duties without fear of such tragic events to save the citizens to conduct their daily businesses. The general public, I call upon you to cooperate with the law enforcement agency as investigations to this matter are ongoing. Do not harbor assailants, but rather provide police available information that can lead to their arrest and face the full force of the law. The Gambia belongs to all of us, and we cannot allow criminals to destroy our national pride, which is peace and stability. Let us all stand in solidarity with our law enforcement officers and collectively ensure that such an incident never occur again in our dear motherland. I thank you all for indulgence.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member for Kantora and Majority Leader, for your statement, which is very befitting, and we express our condolences and share agrees with the families. I now open the floor. And invite the member for Fonyi Councillor.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. I hereby second the motion of the majority leader on this tragic incident. We are saddened as a nation, and we are the message and saying inna lillahi wa inna ilayhi raji'un to the armed and security force. Our country, the Gambia, the nation is tested yesterday. And I believe the law should take its course in making sure the perpetrators is brought to justice. And the law should take its course and make sure we defend the armed and security force. Honorable Speaker, with your permission, I have some recommendations that I want to send to this August Assembly, and with the support of all National Assembly members to the armed and security force. With your permission. One, that the security force, especially those mounting strategic positions, be armed. The Police Act be reviewed to ensure that not just the police intervention unit are armed, but the general duty police, drug law enforcement, and other security apparatus be armed on duties. Two, the security force should have their communication mechanism enhanced, and as soon as possible. It is sad to note that officers presently using outdated communication gadgets and undesignated devices like mobile phones when on duties. Three, the police officers should establish a strategic quick response and backup security checkpoint immediately. Four, the Gambia Armed Forces should be supported to immediately revitalize their quick reaction force to serve as a security backup for military and internal security apparatus. Five, since these sort officers are breadwinners of their families should be supported, particularly this difficult period. Similarly, the injured victims should be immediately taken care of to restore their full health. Honorable Speaker, finally, I call on the Standing Committee of Defense and Security to summon an emergency meeting with the relevant stakeholders to map out strategies to protect our noble officers. I believe so. This will help us. And I believe as a nation, we should not take this lightly to make sure we defend the armed and security forces of this country. And it's sad as a nation, and we colleagues, we should be able to work together to make sure we defend the peace and tranquility of this country. I rest my say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now recognize the member for Busumbala.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, it's indeed with a heavy heart that we woke up and found ourselves in this strategic situation. Honorable Speaker, we learned that members of the Gambia Police Force were gunned down by an unknown gunman or an individual who is at large. Honorable Speaker, that is to send a signal that the country we once called the smiling coast of Africa is losing that glory. Our prayers and thoughts are with the families of the deceased. We said, may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala grant them the highest place in Jannah. Honorable Speaker, this country is a country that all of us should be proud of. We must fasten our seatbelts and make sure that we do what is necessary. We have programs. The security sector reform that is on course should be immediately and properly considered and be implemented by the government of this country. Honorable Speaker, the security sector reform is not a witch hunting exercise. It's to make sure that all individuals residing in this country live peacefully. It is a program that is going to enhance security in this country by bettering the life of even the security individuals. I urge the government to look into that properly and fasten its implementation. Honorable Speaker, in this country we have seen guns that were brought into this country, and ballistic investigation revealed some are human unfriendly, and there is no account to those guns. Honorable Speaker, we have seen drugs, containers of drugs, brought to this country, and they vanish into the thin air. No culprits in these both incidents were brought to book. We cannot continue to rule this country in that manner. When we do that, we are risking the life of our security.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Thank you very much. May I now invite nominated Member Kebalang Fofana.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. We'll start by saying, Inna lillahi wa inna ilayhi rajiun. And we pray that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala admit these fallen heroes in the highest place of Jannah. Honorable Speaker, I will right away refer this House to Section 178 of the Constitution to really advance my submission. Section 178 of the Constitution, the Gambia Police Force. Section 178(1) establishes the police force, and I will quote, with your permission, Honorable Speaker, it states, there shall be a police force of the Gambia, of which the Inspector General of Police shall be the head. Which means the police force was established by an act of this Parliament. Honorable Speaker, Section 178(2) states that the police force shall be equipped and maintained to perform its traditional role of maintaining law and order and such other functions as may be prescribed by an act of the National Assembly. To start with, I would say I totally subscribe to the submissions of the member of Fonyi Council. Let us arm our men in uniform. Not only the police, but the Drug Law Enforcement Agency as well. Many a times at committee level, they would come and they would tell us that their men will be going against people peddling drugs in this country, and they'll be attacked. Honorable Speaker, these officers are young. Go to the morgue right now. Their lifeless bodies are lying down. Out of a cowardly act. Shot at close range. It can happen to any one of us. And what is their role? The Constitution clearly states it, to maintain law and order. Today, whenever the police goes out, after the so-called New Gambia, to perform those functions, we are all witnesses of the public backlash. Branding them, calling them names, threatening them. In fact, to the extent that...
Thank you. Thank you. I now give the floor to the member for Joswang.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. I also join my colleagues with the same Muslim word, Inna Lillahi wa Inna Ilaihi Raji'un. Honourable Speaker, I think it is high time now we start from the Assembly Standing Committee on Defense. It is time we know our roles and responsibilities, not to be waiting until incident happens, we start acting. Let's act at the right time and regulate things. Honourable Speaker, the incident happened yesterday. It's not the first one. There was an attack in Pujan Police, where police officers were robbed inside the police station by civilians. It started from where? From our own homes, our own kids, as parents. There is drug all over everywhere in this country.
where young men and women are using drugs everywhere. The moment you are into drugs, you have no other control, you are not seeing anything. Those men who were when they are performing their duties, less than between our 8 o'clock to 10 o'clock at night. But I mean, I cannot call it at these hours. 8 to 10 o'clock. Somebody with a gun killing 1, 2, up to the third person is currently at a very crucial stage, and then nowhere to be seen. It is high time we start acting. I'm with the member for councillor on his recommendations. Let me arm our men. Let them give them these arms. These arms are to be kept at a place. These arms are meant for them. Let's have confidence in them. They are there. If they are not secure, who are we to say we are secure? If the security personnel are not secure, then who are we to say we are secure? The one who are there to secure are no more secure. Then it's better we all see ourselves as in all risk areas. It's better you go home, come here early and go home early at home. Because let's say we left here after 11 o'clock. Some arrive home at 12. Driving alone, going home. Some are living deep inside of the road. Then where is the security now? If the security are under threat, then where are we as civilians? Honourable Speaker, let's start taking action and give these security personnel, help them, give them all what it takes to be fully protected. When they are protected, then we are also protected. But if they are not protected, we have nowhere to go. Gambia is ours, as we all say. It belongs to all of us. Let's put our hands together and secure this country. Let's control our borders. Let's control our ports. Let's make sure that everything that coming in this country is checked and satisfied to be.
Member for Brikama North and Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. This is a national tragedy, a great loss to the nation. On behalf of the minority side of the National Assembly, I want to join the majority leader to extend our heartfelt condolences to the government of the Gambia, to the President of the Republic, to the Gambia Police Force, to the Inspector General, and indeed to the bereaved families of our dear lost one. Honorable Speaker, I also want to wish the hospitalized officer a speedy recovery. This act, as expressed by the majority leader, is indeed totally condemned. And I call on the Gambia Police Force to thoroughly investigate, in the process, the general public to cooperate so that the culprits can be brought to book. Honorable Speaker, if many uniforms can be gunned down in the street, it's quite worrying. Who knows next? It can be any citizen, indeed an innocent one. Who knows? It can be anyone in your house, or it can be our children in the schools. Therefore, this is very unique to the Gambia. We've been experiencing armed robbers attack, but that is act of robbery, but it's a totally different thing. Therefore, our men who should be out there to protect us, our lives and property, they need self-protection and defense. Our laws has to be looked into. How can they acquire that self-defense legally to ensure they act judiciously to protect themselves, defend themselves, and indeed our lives and property. Once more, I wish the lost ones, may Allah grant them place in Jannah, and I also wish the hospitalized a speedy recovery. Thank you.
Thank you. I now invite the member for Lower Fulad West.
Thank you very much. Indeed, a sad moment for the country. I'm deeply touched and worried for myself. Closing here at 11 o'clock, and this incident happens sometime in the 8 o'clock, meaning everybody at risk. I join my colleagues to send my condolences to the deceased family and also wishing the lady speedy recovery. I think the new Gambia, it's high time we borrow little idea from the old Gambia. These things were not happening some time ago. Now it is happening. I think we need to go back. It's very sad, very touching, and this is not the only thing happening. I urge Gambians for us to come together as one and fight some of the abnormalities that is happening. It's really touching. I'm really sad. But then, as a nation, this country belongs to all of us. And the trend that we are going, some time ago, I watched on social media that some people peddling in the war against the PIU. And if this thing happens, anytime they say war against the National Assembly members, I will not come to this because I know it's going to be realistic. And then people should not be joking with some things peddling. Because if you say war on PIU, after 4 or 5 days, they are being shot to death, we need to take matters very seriously. And then, punishments that are attached to culprits. You see, laws that we have to, Gambia is not an easy thing. I am urging the executive, especially the president, to change a little bit. Let him give us the bitter test of those doing wrong. This country have to move. And the people that are distracting this country, they should be put to book with the hardest punishment. If these people are caught, I don't expect them to be taken to prison. I am suggesting that we introduce back the death penalty. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The member for Opanyomi.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honourable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. Honourable Speaker, Order 51(3)(b), where the proposed statement relate to a matter which is of exceptional public interest. And indeed, the matter before us today is of exceptional public interest. And the C read, whether the proposed statement relate to a matter which directly affect the people of the Republic of the Gambia. Honourable Speaker, what happened yesterday really affect the people of the Republic of the Gambia. It's a tragic event, which first of all, it shouldn't have happened in this country. And I seize the opportunity to express my condolences to the bereaved family and to pray that may Allah forgive their shortcomings and their final abode to be in Jannatul Firdaus, inshallah. And we wish the wounded officer a speedy recovery. Honourable Speaker, I just want to make a suggestion that you grant a leave to the boss head of the Assembly leadership to pay their condolences to the bereaved families and also to see the wounded officer in the hospital during the session. And on that note, I thank you very much for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you. Member for Lower Salo.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I also want to join my colleagues this sad moment. But Honourable Speaker, fact of the matter is, Honourable Speaker, the way the country is governed is not the way we expect to be governed. Honourable Speaker, I also challenge the Commander-in-Chief, the CDF, and the Inspector General of Police. Honourable Speaker, we are worried as a citizens. Honourable Speaker, if the police officers are shot to death, what about me? And again, it takes 3 days, we forget of investigations. How many things like this has happened? At the end of the day, no resource come out. Honorable Speaker, this country belongs to us. The way the democracy is going in this country, it's worried. And I expect the Commander-in-Chief to take his position today, to make strict issues and to come out to the general public with good resolutions and to condemn what has happened, Honorable Speaker. We cannot leave things as it is, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, our men in uniform, they are sacrificed, Honorable Speaker. How can you put police officers in a street without no arm? 3 of them. Honorable Speaker, we cannot sacrifice our men in the street without nothing. At the end of the day, they come here with matter of the days and sympathies. The way it governs, it has to be stopped. Let us govern us right, Honorable Speaker. When you are assumed in positions, we expect you to do what people want it to be. But the way this democracy is going, Honorable Speaker, I am totally against it. During the former regime, these are not happening, Honorable Speaker. Let's speak the truth. It's better we have the dictatorship again back, come back to our country. But the way things are going, I myself, I am not satisfied the way the government is taking it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I now invite the member for Latrikunda.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker, for giving me the floor, and I join my colleagues to pay special condolences to the bereaved families. I also thank the mover of the matter of the day, Honourable Bele Tunkara. Me personally, I have never been more grief-striking than I am today for the fact that we lost our gallant men in uniform. Also to see their pictures all over social media, that is also very, very disturbing. I think these are some of the things we need to regulate. Me personally, I am not into armed and security men. That needs to be very strategic. You cannot arm every armed and security man in the country. Let's be strategic. We can only arm police stations, but every individual police officer to be carrying gun can also have some devastating consequences. So let's be very strategic about that. We can arm them with body cameras. Every police officer can be armed with body camera. That is very okay. But to arm every security man with gun is also devastating. It is very, very sad now the country is more reinforced into team of security and a team of fear. This has been reinforced yesterday. And I also call on the Inspector General of the Police to do the needful. I urge the executive to make the Inspector General of Police and all the investigating bodies more resourceful to make sure that these culprits are brought to book as soon as possible. Because this is something, if it continues, people are going to lock themselves as early as 7 o'clock, as early as 8 o'clock. So I'm sure the Inspector General of Police has already acted. I am encouraging him to act more to make sure that these people are brought to book as soon as possible. Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker.
Nominated member Fatou Kejawara.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Honourable Speaker, Inna lillahi wa inna ilayhi raji'un. I pray for the departed soul, for Allah to grant them the highest Jannatul Firdaus. To begin with, Honourable Speaker, I think what happened to these PIU officers is uncalled for, and it needs the urgent attention of the IGP and the Interior Minister. The country has entrusted the responsibility to them. Honourable Speaker, as earlier alluded by my honourable colleague, if they cannot secure their own personnel, what about the citizens? Honourable Speaker, this is not the first time this kind of attitude is happening to the men in uniform. The attack at Fast Njagachoy, if it was properly investigated, maybe can save us. There was another attack also around the North Bank that also was a shooting by a civilian. This is why I always say before, for the past regime, we were saying that regime versus citizen, but later it changed to citizen versus citizen. But now it's citizens versus police officers or security officers. I think we need to put a stop to this if we want to move this country forward. Honorable Speaker, this government has achieved a lot in this short term, but if we want to be so lenient, all what we have achieved will be overshadowed by security threats. Honorable Speaker, I think also the multiple of threats imposed in our security officers also need to be looked into. A civilian is just a civilian. You cannot be threatening a police officer in uniform. And what even led to this? This threat were imposed few days ago. People are calling names and putting their photos in social media that they know where they stay, they will be killed. Therefore, we call for a thorough investigation to be mounted and bring all perpetrators on board. Honorable Speaker, I joined my colleague in June 18, 2028, when the Faraba Bantang incident happened. We all condemned the police brutality that happened. So this time around, we are condemning it and it's on call for, and we are calling the urgent attention of the Interior and the IGP. Let them work hand in glove to bring the perpetrators and other investigations that are on hold. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Member for Serekunda West.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Honourable colleagues, I must first and foremost extend my condolences to the deceased families, the police fraternity, the government of the day, and the Gambian citizens. The tragic and willful killing of our police in uniform is really very disturbing, scaring, and it's a threat to our national security. These are the people who are supposed or are mandated to provide us with security. If they themselves are not secured, then that's a threat to national security. Honorable Speaker, I stand to condemn the act, and I also wish to say that this must be the first of its kind. I stand to be corrected. For the last 30 years, or even more, that people take guns and shoot and kill. I know in the 70s it happened when Mahoney was gunned down, but that's a different scenario. So therefore, we must take the security of this country very seriously, and there are units and departments that are charged with those responsibilities. So we'll just urge them to redouble their efforts so that we can continue to live in peace. Honorable Speaker, I would encourage the police not to leave any stone unturned, and for the cooperation of the citizens to get the culprits to book as the mover, that Allah have mercy on the departed souls.
Member for Nyanija.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And I equally want to thank the Honorable Majority Leader for bringing up this matter of the day. And equal colleagues to say Inna Lillahi wa Inna Ilayhi Raji'un. May Allah grant the departed soul rest in eternal peace and grant them the highest journey. And also pray for the injured officer speedy recovery. But Honorable Speaker, the truth of the matter here is we have an issue, and as members of Parliament, we should speak honestly, come up with ideas and suggestions to see how best we can solve this issue. There is no importance or essence of trying to take sides here and there. And I 100% concur with the Honorable Member for Fonyi, Councillor for the Defense and Security Committee, to immediately take up this issue and then discuss with all the security chiefs and provide into a solution. There is already a problem, and let's see how best we can solve this problem. Because we all have nowhere to go. This is the Gambia we have. And then those men in uniform whom who supposed to provide security to us, they are the ones now being attacked. It is unfortunate and it is uncalled for. And I, on behalf of the people of the Nyanija and on my own behalf, I totally condemn this act. These acts of violence cannot be tolerated and they cannot continue in this beloved country. In the Gambia, we don't know such. These are new things to us and they have to be stopped. No matter what it costs, even if the need be for us to allocate all our budget, all our resources as far as we are concerned to security, we need to do that. This is not a matter of joke. This is not a matter of politics. These are matters of national importance. These are matters of national security threats. We need to take it very seriously, and I call upon all the parties concerned to please take actions immediately. I know something is being done, but please intensify your efforts. Make sure you allocate resources to whosoever needs to do A, Y, B, and C to make sure these perpetrators are put to book. We don't have time. Time is running against us because, as the Honourable nominated member says, this government have made great success in this country so far. But these little issues can tarnish the entire image of this government, being it national, being it international. So this thing cannot be taken lightly. We have to act, and as members of parliament, we should join the crusade to make sure we condemn this and proffer into solutions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Time is our enemy at this point in time, but I will, among the list that I have, our two ladies will definitely make to my list before I draw the curtain. Nominated member Maimuna Sise.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. I would like to join my colleagues to start with Kalu Inna Lillahi wa Inna Ilayhi Rajiun. I am praying for the departed soul to be rest in perfect peace. The one battling with her life also be having a quick cipher, a very speedy recovery. Honorable Speaker, as the country witnessed this tragic and senseless act of cowardly from a non-assailant who gunned down our gallant, ambitious young talent, men in uniform, is just a tragedy. Last session, I stand from this podium appealing to the Inspector General of Police for the security to be very cautious and be paramount. Nobody was expecting this. But if our men in uniform are not secured, who do we? We are more at a threat than the security. The whole entire nation is at risk. Honorable Speaker, I will go by section 178 of the police force. The police force shall be equipped and maintained to perform its traditional role of maintaining law and order, and such other functions as may be prescribed by the Act of the National Assembly, Act number 6 of 2000. Honorable Speaker, the law has empowered the police forces. What are we waiting to arm them? What are we fearing against our police officers? There is nowhere in this world when the police officers are on duty, they will not be armed. According to the narration, what happened yesterday, the eyewitnesses, when you go to the forums, you had so many informations. When this tragedy happened, should in case the other rest of the police officers around the incident, somebody could have gone down the same man who would silently kill our cold-blooded police officers. Honorable Speaker, I'm joining my voice to my honorable colleagues who are calling for our members to be, our police officers to be armed. The security fraternity itself needs to be armed. This country needs to be protected by the criminals who are about to consume this country. This country is a peaceful country, but the too much of leniency in our democracy is harming us. And I am calling the executive, let them treat this matter seriously and urgently to make sure that these perpetrators get into the book. Honorable Speaker, I beg to submit.
Member for Nyamina West.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I also want to join the rest of the nation to express how sad I am today. Killing of 2 police officers of the Gambia Police Force. We condemn it in totality. My condolences and prayers to the departed souls. This is a warning, it's a signal to the nation. And that is a concern for every one of us here, particularly this assembly. And that, especially to the Committee on Defense and Security. We are aware that a lot of talking has been going on. These security forces have been coming here, meeting up and down, talking. For the Gambia, until and unless we see an example, we cannot believe. You talk to an executive member, giving him a report on a signal or a sign, and he will tell you until I see the proof or the evidence. Sometimes when you see the evidence, you cannot do an action. And some of those evidence will now finish you at once. The evidence you are waiting will sometimes be the evidence to finish you at once. So you don't have to sit to wait for an evidence. Find out this evidence once you have a signal. Well, the way the country is moving in terms of security, we are all fearing. Yesterday, some of the NAMs had to look for escorts before they reach their homes. Nyanija was one. Nyanija. All Yundum. So, anyway, we have to capacitize these PIU officers, especially the crime unit, and give them the materials they need. It's a constitutional requirement. Give them the materials they need. Transportation, communication are all key. But, like I said, the parliament, again, we were aware that 40 vehicles, can you put me correct, were given to the security. Did you make a follow-up to see how they were distributed? Were they going for the top men? Were they going for the line function commandos who will just get up and follow criminals? Were they used for family matters? Do you know? No. Well, we give monies. Some of the officers that should follow those criminals are not having fuel.
Finally, I give the floor to the member for Sanementary.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. First, I'll say Inna Lillahi wa Inna Ilaihi Rajiun. May all departed souls, the two departed souls, may Allah grant them the best place in Jannah. Amen. I cannot even think, or I don't even know where we should start as a nation. I know we are already on the move, but then I think we are not doing our work properly as a nation. I'll start the blame from myself. I think we are very, very reluctant in implementing our laws. There are very beautiful laws in this Gambia, but I think we need to amend some of our laws. When men or security personnel should be attacked and killed on the way, when men in this assembly are afraid, how about we, the women in this National Assembly? Yesterday when I closed from work and I was going home, it was only when I arrived at the roundabout at the Jabang traffic light. This incident happened in my own constituency and of course in my hometown, Sukuta. I'm a native of Sukuta, but I live in Jabang. So only when I arrived at Jabang turntable and I found that there were a lot of people ask, what is happening? And just a little boy had to respond and say there was an attack. Someone shot down 2 police officers. And in fact, the guy could not even be caught. This is serious. I think we need to amend our laws. I was even afraid to drive home, and I was with my little kid. Who knows who will it be again? Will it be me? Or should it be Maimuna, Honourable Maimuna, or somebody else in this assembly? I think we need to secure ourselves by, may God forbid, we need to secure ourselves by arming our security personnel. When it comes to budget session, the Defense and Security Committee will be receiving guests who will be giving explanations about how their budget should be considered, or their budget line should be considered without deducting any budget line. There will be a lot of explanations, but when that budget is approved, who knows how they are implemented? I think we need to look at this properly. And I'll advise the security.
Thank you very much,
Motion.
Honourable.
Motion.
Thank you very much.
Motion. Please, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you very much, honourable members, for participating in the debate. I still have more names.
Motion, Honourable Speaker.
Where we.
Motion.
Yes, Member Pufonyi Bintang.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Motion 53K. Motion which may be made without notice to the Honourable Speaker. 53K reads, motion agreed by the Speaker to be matter of urgence. Honourable Speaker, I definitely want to urge you to give us extra 15 minutes as the matter is so heart-touching for us to continue a little bit, please.
Honourable Member, you are out of order because you've indicated that a motion agreed by the Speaker, and I've neither seen your motion nor do you communicate it to me prior to your motion. So the motion is dismissed. Thank you, honourable members. I want to thank each and every one of you for partaking in this very important debate. And on behalf of all of us, we extend our condolences to the families and continue to pray for the departed soul and encourage our men and women in uniform and salute them for the services they continue to render to this country under a very difficult conditions in terms of human resource, materials, and everything. And that is just what the honorable members, your very self, recognize. And thank you very much. Yes, the member for Birkama North and Minority Leader.
Honourable Speaker, it is not as debate. I want to request that the National Assembly, since we have considered this matter as matter of the day, send a delegation to visit the bereaved families and, of course, to the officer that is hospitalized. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member for Birkama North and Minority Leader. I was coming to that at the end of my brief comment because the member for Opanyomi in his contribution also appealed that I grant a leave for some members of the National Assembly to represent the Assembly or all of us at a date and time that is convenient to most. But I think in the circumstances, we will dispatch a delegation at this point in time for and on behalf of all of us to go to the hospital and visit the patients, the WPC, who is admitted, I understand, at the Ndemban Clinic, and as well also to proceed to the families of the two fallen members of the Gambia Police Force. The Office of the Clerk, the Office of the Majority and Minority Leader, their offices, you work out a number and also the modalities of how do we, as a parliament force, consult the families and as well probably give something to the lady's family so that to get her few medication. I instruct that the Office of the Clerk work with the Office of the Majority and Minority Leaders to constitute a delegation immediately. Thank you. Fonjaro.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. It's very unfortunate.
I hope the office of the clerk is doing that immediately.
I just want to inform you, one of the deceased is from my area, and then it's unfortunate that I did not have the opportunity to make few remarks, because it's a sad moment for my people and a sad moment for myself. But I wanted to appeal to be given just few minutes to give my remarks about the incident.
The nation is mourning. It's not only a member who probably one of the diseases come from. I'm sure the other one also come from another constituency, and the victim as well. But the matter of the day, those who contributed, they did for and on our behalf. And by extension, I also said those who could not contribute, because almost everybody's name is on the list, but because we are constrained by time. And I want to extend our condolence to you and also to all other colleagues who probably might have them in their constituencies. Thank you. Clerk, we may proceed.
Thank you. Questions for oral answers. Standing orders 36 and 41. The Vice President of the Republic, His Excellency, Mr. Jallo.
Honorable members, as per the order paper and order 41.1 of the standing orders, today is questions for oral answers. Furthermore, as a reminder, clause 43 of the standing orders limited supplementary questions to 7 in total, 2 for the honorable member asking the question and 5 among other members. Therefore, we will proceed with His Excellency, the Vice President, and honorable ministers scheduled for today to give their oral answers. Thank you. Clerk, we may proceed.
Question for oral answers. His Excellency, the Vice President.
Questions for which due notices were given to His Excellency, the Vice President, by members for oral reply. Your Excellency, you may please move to the podium. Very good, sir. Question number 199 of 2023 by the member for Same constituency.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Honourable Speaker, the villages and dwellers of Same Suruwakunda catchments find it difficult to reach each other, access health center, schools by students due to the poor drainage caused by erosion. Could His Excellency, the Vice President, inform this August Assembly if his office is aware of this? If so, what plans are in place to address this problem?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. The situation between Same Surakunda and the catchment area have been brought to the attention of the Office of the Vice President. We are aware that erosion has caused damages to the road, and the National Disaster Management Agency had dispatched a team from the National Roads Authority to survey the site. The team has done a design and prepared a bill of quantity for a culvert that needs to be installed. A contractor has been identified and work will begin soon. The Executive Director of NDMA and team had visited the area to consult the community on the implementation strategies.
Thank you very much. How soon?
Honorable Speaker, like I said, the work has already been done, and the Executive Director, he was actually on the, in fact, I think he has returned. He was on the ground to look at how far they are, and money has already been available, made available.
How is it going to be in a bridge form?
Honorable Speaker, like I said, they are going to construct a culvert A culvert means that will allow the water to pass under the bridge without affecting the road. Thank you very much.
Any other supplementary? Member for Brikama North and Minority Leader.
Your Excellency, the Executive Director has returned from Sami. Upon his return, has he provided any report to you, a written one for that matter?
Honorable Speaker, with your for the information of this National Assembly, we are actually having a meeting today after this. In fact, we should have had the meeting this morning, but because I've been summoned by the National Assembly, we have pushed that meeting for 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So that's when we are expecting those reports. Thank you.
Member for Bakau.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Honourable, Your Excellency, you've indicated that money is allocated for the construction of the bridge. Don't you think you should specify how soon the works will begin?
Honourable Speaker, like I said, the contract has already been awarded. That means that the contractor is working with the community to see how they're going to start work. It's already awarded.
Member for Parliamentary.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Your Excellency, the Vice President. Could you kindly tell us, August Assembly, how long do you intend the work to take, do you intend the work to get finished? Thank you, the time frame.
Thank you very much. Honourable Speaker, at this point, I don't have the details, because like I said, they are supposed to report today in the afternoon. But actually, I'm sure the Honourable Member for Same knows that we have been discussing this for quite a while. And when he mentioned it, I had even already given directive for the Executive Director to go and assess the place, even before money was made available. Thank you.
Any further supplementary? Member for Central Badibu.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Vice President, you will agree with me that erosion is very, threatening a lot of roads in the rural Gambia. Do you have a plan not to limit it to Same, to other communities that are affected, like Jokadu, for example?
Point of order.
Point of order by nominated member Kebalang Fofana.
Honourable Speaker, I'm rising on 43.4. A supplementary question shall not be in order if it introduces matters not included in the original question and the answers provided. Honourable Speaker, this particular question was specific to Sami Surwakunda, and the responses received from His Excellency the Vice President were apt and specific to that community. The Honourable Member is generalizing it. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Central Body, what was your question?
Honourable Speaker, the question was talking about erosion.
No, your question, I mean your supplementary question.
My question was whether the Vice President have any other plan to look at this erosion situation, not only Same, but the surroundings or the other communities. Yes, I'm talking about erosion and poor terrain.
Thank you.
The response tells us that poor terrain and other areas.
No, that question is ruled out. It's out of order. Order sustained. Any further supplementary? Question number 200 of 2023 by the member for Serekunda constituency.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, could His Excellency, the Vice President, update this August Assembly as to how far has the government reached its poverty alleviation program for the citizens?
Honourable Speaker, I wish to inform the Honourable Member for Serekunda constituency that the Government of the Gambia under its macroeconomic program is monitoring poverty reduction spending on a quarterly and annual basis. I wish to report that in 2021, the total spending on poverty alleviation related programs stood at $6.4 billion and rose to $10.4 billion by end of 2022 fiscal year, representing a 59% growth. Similarly, there are ongoing efforts by government to register the most vulnerable households in the country in order to develop a framework for targeted social protection interventions.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, the Vice President. Since poverty alleviation is designed to help citizens grow out of poverty, so can you inform this August Assembly how many families have your poverty alleviation program helped to grow out of poverty?
Honorable Speaker, I wish to inform this August body that there used to be a poverty alleviation program. What the Minister of Finance does is to identify items that are used to reduce costs for families. It is now with only the social protection program that we are now going to target families. That's why the registration is being done. And as of now, I think about 80,000 households have been captured in the register. The idea is to capture the whole population of this country to identify vulnerable people and then target them directly. I think until that time, we cannot be able to tell you how many households are supported directly.
I think you have my question, you understand it wrongly. What I say is that poverty alleviation is designed to help citizens to grow out of poverty. So since the inception of this poverty alleviation program, how many citizens have you helped to grow out of that poverty?
Honorable Speaker, I think I understand the question properly. But my response is, until now, government was not targeting people directly. The target was based on spending. If you are spending that you hope, for example, you are spending on, let's say, the amount of money, the subsidy spent on fertilizer is helping the poor. Those type of spending government is capturing to show how much we are spending to help the poor. But with the now social protection program, it's now that we are starting to target individuals directly. Until that program is set up, we will not be in a position to tell you how many people we are able to help. Otherwise, previous is just general in terms of expenditure.
Member for Fonyi Bintang.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Excellency, the Vice President, with poverty alleviation program, when will poverty be totally eradicated from this country?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I think the government will continue to efforts to reduce poverty in this country. Thank you.
Member for Woolly East.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much, Honorable Vice President. Honorable Vice President, since poverty must be identified, those who are poor must be identified, and the Social Protection Secretariat is doing the registration. But what is the plan of your office to really empower this particular sector to ensure that all those who are poor, whether they are in the rural area or urban area, are properly registered so that we'll be able to deal with them according to that? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Like I said, the registration had already started. So far, over 80,000 households have been registered. And in fact, the registration started from the rural areas. Right now, as we speak, the exercise is in the Kanifing municipal area and other urban areas. Hopefully, when that is complete, like I said, everybody would be within the system. Honorable Speaker, let me also inform you that even with what we already have, development partners have already started using that register in terms of their interventions. Thank you.
Member for Nyanija.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker, and thank you very much, Your Excellency, the Vice President. At least we are having a sense of direction in this. Would your office consider submitting the concept behind the social protection program? Because I understand there is a project, that's a social safety net project, but now I'm hearing you mention social protection program. Would you consider submitting this to the National Assembly for the information of members? Because it is very important. I have to say it.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. I want to inform this August gathering that we are actually preparing a bill that should be presented to the House of the National Assembly for consideration. At this point, it's actually, it has passed the cabinet and it's supposed to be gazetted by the Minister of Justice. Hopefully, if not this session, probably by the next session of National Assembly, it will be brought to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Nominated member Kebalang Fofana.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Your Excellency, the Vice President, in your response to the member for Serakunda, you did indicate that the poverty alleviation program is on expenditure based instead of targeting individuals. So as a result of that, you were not able to provide in specific terms how many people have been uplifted from the poverty zone. So can you provide highlights as achievements? Some of the, okay, maybe I will rephrase.
Point of order. Point of order. Point of order.
There is point of order from the member for Central Body.
Honourable Speaker, 43.3. The time taken to ask a supplementary question shall be no longer than 1 minute, and the member is more than 1 minute, according to my watch.
Please, nominated member Kebalang Fofana, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm rephrasing. Can you provide indicators to this Honourable House as to the achievements the poverty alleviation program have realized through the targeted expenditure benchmark? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Like I said earlier on, since the beginning of the PRSP, that was the beginning of the poverty alleviation program. Like I said, what the Minister of Finance used to do is just to earmark on the budget poverty expenditure. That was what was happening, just to show how much money is being spent on poverty-related activities. All right, that was why I gave the figures that rose from 6 billion to 10 billion. All right, but now, like as you rightly said, that is not identified the individuals, because if we do subvention in terms of fertilizers, you are not showing how many families have benefited from that subvention. All you can show is how much money has government spent on that subvention. But now with this social protection program, you'll be in a position to identify the families that we are supporting directly.
Thank you. I now recognize the member for Lower Badibu.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Thank you, Honourable Vice President. Mr. Vice President, how do you identify vulnerable families? And what form of assistance do you offer to these vulnerable people? Is it in the form of cash or kind? Thank you.
Honourable Speaker, like I said, we're going to, there is a program. I mean, it's not, what the bill is going to present is to make sure that we mainstream all support. There are different agencies, development partners, NGOs that are supporting families. Now, this bill, what it seeks to do is to make sure that everything is coordinated, all right? There is no duplication. And amongst them, of course, there is going to be some set criteria that they are going to agree before they start disbursing. I mean, I'm sure like it's maybe a composite indicator that they will develop. At this point, I'm not in a position to give you the specifics of that, but amongst them, they will decide how to do. Of course, income is part of it. The head of the household, whether they are employed or not, it's all going to be considered. Thank you.
Thank you. Question number 201 of 2023 by the member for Serekunda constituency.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, could His Excellency, the Vice President, clarify as to who is doing the dredging of the water canal that flows from Abuko to Kotu Stream via Serakunda, London Corner?
Honorable Speaker, the dredging of Kotu Stream is a collaboration of stakeholders in the disaster response. The Kanifing Municipal Council provided the funding needed for the work, whilst the NDMA provided the required equipment. This collaborative effort has been existing for several years.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. We were informed by the Minister for Environment about the World Bank grant that is meant to augment that water canal. That work has started in progress, and you have started around Kotu Stream, so which include this project that the Kanifing municipality is doing. That's my question. My question, I can rephrase it. The reason why I asked for this question will be because we were told that the World Bank grant, which was meant to augment the water canal, has started. So for the purpose of clarity, I asked this question. So when will that World Bank project start to augment the water canal?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I think the question is valid. There are two issues there. I hope you will recall that before the start of the rains, I had led a team, including the Minister of Environment and the MA and other members from Kanifing Municipal Council to look at these sites and see what needs to be done before the rains start. There are two aspects. The dredging itself is not part of that project that you have mentioned. But the dredging, because we felt that we needed to do the dredging straight away so that when the rains come, there is not going to be the flooding that we had the year before. But what the project is doing is actually going to do the construction. It's basically like construction of the canal, which maybe the Honourable Minister of Environment can provide more details on that. But that is separate. That is not part of the dredging. The dredging is one, which is a collaboration between NDMA and the Kanifing Municipal Council, not just the Kotu Street, but other areas that we have looked at, including Ibo Town. But the construction that is going to be done, that is to do the sides of the canal itself. All right, and of course, including some demolition work that also needs to be done along that canal. That is going to be part of the project under the Minister of Environment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This project I'm talking about, we have been following this project, and we were told it has now been shifted to your minister, to your office, sorry, rather. So can you confirm?
Honourable Speaker, as far as I understand, the project has not shifted to my office. We are all part of, there's a whole team. There's a whole team as far as disaster management is concerned, and the Minister of Environment, Honourable Minister of Environment, is actually part of that team amongst other ministers, including Minister of Local Government and Lands. Yes. But like I said, there are different activities concerning that canal, but they are separated. But the project is still with the Minister of Environment.
Member for Olindo.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable, Your Excellency, you talked about dredging from Kotu, and I understand Jabang is also part of the same project. Already dredging had happened in Jabang for the water canal. But currently, there's a lot of water in that particular canal that is not moving. I don't know whether you are aware of that, if there is anything that your office can do. It's connected to that. Hey, you guys.
Abi, what's your question, Olyundum?
The question from the member of Serekunda is talking about, the canal in Kotu. So I am connecting it to Jabang because it's the same problem. It's the same problem. It's the same canal.
No.
But it's the same project, Honourable Speaker.
No. Please. Thank you, sir.
Yes, some part of it is the same project.
Who is using the mic? Please, don't do that. Member for Fonye Councillor.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Vice President. As per your narration on different stakeholders involved in this project, and we've seen a setback in the establishment of the project, what is the main cause of the delays of this project between Abuko to Kotu?
Honorable Speaker, I'm not sure whether the question is about the project or the Ministry of Environment or the dredging. The dredging, like I said, Honorable Speaker, is, like I said, we just dredge. The work that is required at that canal is huge. In fact, it will be interesting to know that there are a lot of construction onto the canal itself. That requires demolition. But because government does not have the money for compensation at this point, we cannot go ahead with that demolition. But there's a lot of demolition work that needs to be done. Thank you.
Member for Bunno Kakunda.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Vice President, could you just update us about the same canal, because it's from Abuko right to Bundung to Kotu, about the canal, whether there is any demolition, like whether they identify homes that should be demolished, and if they are to be demolished, do they have the specific number of homes along that canal, please? Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, like I just, in my response to the member for Fonye Councillor, there are lots of structures that are 100% on the canal that requires demolition. There are other structures that maybe part of it are in the canal. Right? We have to understand that people move into the canal, and that is the cause of the problem. But because the amount of demolition that is required is so huge, and is going to require a lot of compensation, that's why government has not started along those lines yet. But first of all, we need to get the funds, make the funds available for compensation before we start the demolition. Because if you demolish and you don't have the money for compensation, then it will cause another uproar. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Member for Joshua.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Vice President, in your response, are you talking about demolition and then trying to look for funds? What plans do you have to stop those currently on construction?
What's the question? Can you repeat your question, please?
Yes. He talked about demolition, those within the canal. And there are currently new construction work going on. What plans do we have to stop them immediately before it is proceeded time?
Your Excellency, you may go ahead, please.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I think the solution is just to uphold the law, basically. And we hope that the National Assembly will support the executive in trying to uphold the law. Because the current laws exist that there are boundaries where you should construct. All right, and that is why I think there is a recent press release to show that those who are going outside, the demolition exercise is going to take place. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The member for Busumbala.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Vice President, you did make mention of this demolition, And we know last year some properties were demolished. Were they adequately compensated? Because you stopped the demolition because you try to find funds to make sure that those whose property will be demolished should be compensated. So those who were demolished already last year, were they compensated adequately?
Point of order again, Honourable Speaker.
There is point of order from nominated member Kebalang Fofana.
We need guidance. I will still refer to 43.4. And with your permission, we can all refer to it. The Vice President is specific about the Kutu stream up to Abuko. And in his response, there was nowhere that he indicated that demolitions were done. The demolitions the Honourable Member is referring to is in Jabang. The two are not related. Thank you.
Order, point of order sustained. The question is ruled out. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Mr. Vice President. I want to thank you for those answers provided and thank the honorable members for asking questions. You are released now. Honorable members, in accordance with Order 14.3, I hereby vary the order paper and invite the Minister for Digital Economy, Minister for Communication and Digital Economy. Clerk, let's proceed.
Question for oral answers continues. The Honourable Minister for Communications and Digital Economy.
Thank you. Questions for which due notices were given to the Honourable Minister for Communication and Digital Economy by Honourable members for oral reply. Question number 284 of 2023 by the member for Same. Honourable Minister, give me a few seconds.
I was not thinking that.
Honourable Minister, please take your seat and give me just 1 minute, please. Honourable members, sorry for that few break. I want to, on behalf of both sides of the National Assembly of the Republic of the Gambia, welcome our colleagues. We have a delegation from the ECOWAS Parliament, headed by Honourable Sedami of Benin. Honourable, you and members of your delegation, you are most welcome to the Gambia. And we thank you sincerely. They are from the ECOWAS Community Parliament here on a visit on behalf of the Speaker and board side of the National Assembly of the Gambia, and by extension our constituent, as the people of the Republic of the Gambia, you are most welcome and we value your contribution. Thank you. Honourable Minister, you may take the podium. Questions for which due notices were given to the Honourable Minister for Communication and Digital Economy by Honourable members for oral reply. Question number 284 of 2023 by the member for Same constituency.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, could the Honourable Minister for Communication and Digital Economy inform this August Assembly what plans are in place for the Gambia to have second and third cables?
Priorities. I wish to note that as part of the World Bank-funded WADI project, we have secured a funding for the second submarine cable. As part of the activities, a transactional advisor is currently being recruited to guide the entire process. Additionally, I wish to indicate that the Gambia is part of the participating countries of the ECOWAS America Cabral Submarine Cable Initiative. In fact, the Gambia serves as the vice chair to the ministerial committee and is hosting the meeting of the experts and ministers from the 18th to the 20th of September 2023. I submit.
Thank you very much. Honourable Minister, if Gambia to have this second cable, how much does it cost?
Thank you very much. For the capacity we are looking for on the second submarine cable is around 30 to 35 million US dollars.
Member for Latrikunda Sabiji.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Honourable Minister, is it true that you have a school where you send your ministry staff to go and learn about this cable fixing? Thank you very much.
Honourable, can you repeat your question?
I asked him whether he has a school where he sends his ministry staff to go and learn about this technology. This cable technology, because the cable is mentioned in the main question, so that's why.
No, that question is out of order. No. Member for Brikama South.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, in your response to the parent question regarding how much the second submarine cable cost, which you vividly reply with 30 million US dollars. 30 to 35. Is it possible to advocate and make sure that part of the budgetary allocation, whether we can have a starting point in order to attract donor agencies, so that we can also have the third submarine cable if this is completed?
Would you repeat the question again, please?
I mean, is it in your plan for you to bring in your annual budget as far as the ministry is concerned, so that even whereas we cannot budget everything, but we can have a starting point in order to attract donor funding, in order to have the third submarine cable too?
Great question. Actually, as we speak, we are working on a third submarine cable, and it is going to be hopefully funded by other donors. Right now, we are in consultation with possible vendors that are open on a BOT on this third submarine cable. Because if you look at Mauritius as an example, they have 1.3 million population. In the Gambia, we have average about 2.5, 2.6 million. So having a third submarine cable will really lower the cost of internet, which is a concern of everyone in this country. So we are working in that progress. Thank you.
Member for Fonya Councillor.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. As per your work for this third, cable, what do you think will be the major challenges currently? What are the major challenges that you are facing as a ministry?
In regard to the second submarine cable? Thank you very much. For the second submarine cable, I have not seen any challenges because the fact that they are going to be a transactional advisor that is going to be recruited, that is independent, that's going to guide us, both Gambia and Guinea-Conakry, for this second submarine cable. So as the progress is right now, everything is going accordingly. For the third submarine cable, what I want this assembly to keep in mind, this investment cannot be allocated in our budget as a ministry. If you look at our ministry this year, our budget was we were only given about 90 million. That cannot even hardly sustain our operation. So to put 35 million or 30 million on that, that is one of the challenges. So we have to go out and look at a vendor or a provider who is willing to come and give us this submarine cable on a BOT. That is the most appropriate or most efficient way to get a second submarine cable. Because right now, as you see, the World Bank we worked very hard the last 12 months to make sure that World Bank funded this project. As far as the third one, we are in the process in consultation with other countries to see how they can help us, and one of them is Saudi Arabia. Thank you.
Member for Woolly East.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, we are trying to understand the Honourable Minister when it comes to the second cable. What does it entail? I believe you say you are in agreement with other vendors. What does it entail, that agreement?
Thank you very much. When it comes to the second submarine cable, because when we requested this last year on the budget, we were not able to get the funding from our budget as the ministry. So what we did, we worked with the WADIP, has given about $50 million to the Ministry of Digital Economy for the next 5 years, which is the WADIP project. So we consulted with the World Bank, the WADIP project, to see if they can fund this project. So what we agreed on is, because of the size of the funding, we partner with Guinea-Conakry to make it cheaper. So now the submarine cable will be coming from KVAD to the Gambia directly. So this is the route we are going, and which is the most cost-effective and would faster the process. Hopefully, we are looking for, by 2025, we should have our submarine cable here. Second submarine.
Nyamina West.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and thank you, Honourable Minister. By 2025, we are expecting the second submarine cable, and that you relate this to the high cost of bites. So, what plans does your ministry employ to see that, if not bringing down the cost of bites, but maintain them before the arrival of this second cable by 2025? Thank you.
What do you mean bytes?
Megabytes, you have them in
megabytes.
gigabytes and not so, sorry.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. What we are doing now in terms of the ACE, we have the ACE as we speak. The ACE is what we are getting our capacity. We have a backup, which is the satellite internet we are working on with Starlink. So as we speak, we are anticipating by end of September of this year, Starlink would have the full licensing to operate in the Gambia. What that means to every Gambian, that means now we cannot just rely on the aids, but we have a complementary of internet access through satellite. And every Gambian citizen, non-Gambian citizen would have the access to buy the satellite and put it in their home or their offices without having to pull or dig any cables. Because if you look at the Equan we have right now, what is our challenge is getting the last mile connectivity. When I say last mile connectivity, is from the main road to the homes because of lack of resources. That being said, we explore other option, which was the satellite internet we are discussing now. That would be a supplementary to the internet availability in this country. So that's what we are doing as we speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Question number 285 of 2023 by the member for Fonyi, Councillor.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Minister, Honourable Speaker, could the Honourable Minister of Communication and Digital Economic inform this August Assembly in details the Ministry's plan to restore both Gamtel and Gamcel as the two companies are at the brink of collapse? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. I wish to commend the Honourable Member from Fonyi, Kansala, for the important question. Honourable Speaker, allow me to indicate that due to the incentivized competition of the needs to both institutions to adhere to the GPPA procedures, Gamtel and Gamcel have faced difficulties to compete with private operators. This has affected their performance over the period. Honourable Speaker, I wish to note that the government is very much aware of the state of these two institutions' important national assets, and we are at an advanced stage of restructuring both institutions. It is worth to note that we are working diligently with the Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs, with the World Bank and other stakeholders to reposition Gamtel and Gamcel as we speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. As you have alluded, the repositioning of both Gamtel and Gamcel with World Bank, are there fear factors of laying off staffs for both institutions?
Excellent question. Let me just say this. Under my supervision and under my ministry, we are not here to lay people off from these two institutions. And this is why we are taking our time to work with the World Bank and the Ministry of Finance to make sure that whatever may happen, at the end, these employees and staff of these two institutions will be protected. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The institution currently faces challenges in terms of salary pay. Others earlier, others 5 days, 10 days after a month. And they owe millions to the credit union. Are you aware of this? If so, what checks and balance would you put in place to make sure you restore these courses?
Thank you very much. Yes, we are aware of the deficit GAMCEL is at this point. However, when we do what we call the asset evaluation, there would be evaluation that is done, both assets of GAMCEL and assets of GAMTEL. At that point, the body or the committee that is heading that project will give us a guideline and advice on way forward on handling those assets. As we all know, yes, GAMCEL is facing a lot of challenges. With that said, currently, they have created an avenue where they would increase their revenue. Just last week, or week before last, I got information on how they are selling their data, their promotion, their coming innovative ideas, innovative products and promotions. They have just launched, which has really helping them now to increase their revenue to able to sustain before we make our final decision on the restructuring of the two institutions.
Nominated member Maimuna Sise.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Minister, hence you are relying on the World Bank program and the Minister of Finance. So in case that one doesn't materialize, do you have any PPP program which can revitalize the GAMTEL and GAMCEL as quickly as possible? Because we are thinking that GAMTEL are on the blink of what we don't expect. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that important question. Actually, we did launch a PPP back in March, and there was only one company that bid it, and they were not successful. So this is why we are going to the option 2, which is to restructure the two institutions. Thank you.
Member for Joseph.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Minister, as you rightly mentioned, GAMTEL is struggling with GAMCEL. Are there any plans in bringing back the gateway to GAMTEL so that they can upgrade their incomes?
Honourable Speaker, thank you very much for that question. Actually, the liberalization of GAMTEL was part of the agreement with World Bank. So when this was done, there's a clause there that stated this cannot be revised for the next 20 years. I believe my technician is here. He can correct me if I'm wrong. So there was nothing myself or my ministry can do at this point based on that agreement. Thank you.
I now invite the member for Brikama South.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Minister, is the privatization of Gateway a major factor in putting these two institutions in that deplorable situation they are? And since that is a condition for it to continue, how do we manage that we are going to liquidate the GAMCEL?
The gateway is totally different with the liquidation of GAMTEL and GAMCEL. You are talking two different things. The gateway is the revenue stream for international traffic data monitor. Out call, international call, incoming calls. So when we talk about GAMCEL and GAMTEL restructuring, we are talking about the institutional, operational matters. That's what we are talking. We are not talking about the gateway. Two different things.
Member for Basse.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Could the Honourable Minister, in the brink of the collapse of these two institutions, What are the major causes you identify to this collapse of the two institutions?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Looking at these two institutions, one of the major issues for Gamtel specifically was the liberalization of the gateway. Because if you look at the gateway, that was what was generating revenue for Gamtel. Now 50% of that revenue is going to the operators and 30% is coming to the government. And I think that's on the next question. Looking at that. So there's that challenge Gamtel has when this was done. Thank you.
Member for Lower Salum.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Minister, can you please submit this document, the contract document between the World Bank and Gambia for liberalization of the 20 years, the gateway? Again, are you aware that contract was awarded to a company, only to sign, you are still holding that side? Are you aware of that?
Contract of what? I'm not sure. What contract?
Of the gateway.
I don't think that contract is the gateway, Honorable Minister. I am not aware of it, but I can look into it. I can look into it for you.
No. No.
Honourable Speaker.
Please sit down, please.
The question here is.
Please sit down. Please sit down. No.
Honourable Speaker.
Please. Each member is entitled to one supplementary question. Please. Yeah, if you ask your supplementary question and the minister's answers, whether that's the answer you are looking for or not, that's it. Please sit down, sir.
Please give me a chance, Honourable Speaker.
Please sit down, sir. Question number 286 of 2023 by the member for Jara Central.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, could the Honourable Minister for Communication and Digital Economy furnish this August Assembly with information why internet is expensive and unreliable in most parts of the Gambia? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, please allow me to comment on the Honorable Member from Jara Central for this important question. Honorable Speaker, the high cost of internet and data in this country is a concern to everyone. Following my appointment as Minister, I have extensively engaged all the relevant players with regards to price reduction. I want to report that this engagement had some positive results. To begin with, AfriCell has now a promotion called WhatsApp Bundle. This was based on an engagement with our ministry and AfriCell. If you look at 90 megabytes, it's $10. There was nowhere in this country that you can buy 10 meg, you can have $10 to buy any type of meg to put on your data. 100 megabytes, $15. 500 megabytes, $50. 1.5 gig, $100. QCell, 20 megabytes went from $9 to $7.50 butut. 150 megabytes went from $58 to $30. 300 megabytes went from $112 to $60. 1.5 meg went from $580 to $225. The 5 gigabytes from 775 to 595, 10 gig from $1,310 to $950. The price reduction from QCell represents an average discount of 37%. In regarding the reliability and series of fiber cuts experienced over the past several months, also contributed to the unstable internet. On that note, since the National Fiber Protection Policy was adopted by Cabinet, we have seen less fiber cut. My ministry was also doing stakeholders engagement and consultation, which resulted in the reduction of fiber cut. I submit.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and thank you, Honourable Minister. Now, you've mentioned reduction of megabyte from AfriCell and QCell. What about the other partners?
Thank you very much. The other partners is a commune. If you look at commune, I signed the renewal contract for commune to start. And one of my conditions, or three of my conditions, prior to signing this agreement with commune, was to reduce the cost of data. And you can see the SIM card, they were giving free SIM card. And people were lined up at their offices due to this discussion and conditions I put with signing the license for commune. With Gamcell. Gamcell, this is where the conversation and the engagement with Gamcell resulted. Gamcell had never raised their tariff rate, is still the same. Thank you.
Thank you once again, Honourable Speaker, and thank you, Honourable Minister, once again. Do you have further plans as a ministry to further reduce this cost of bundles, mega bundles?
Very important question. Thank you very much. This is a first priority for our ministry, how we are going to reduce the tariff rate on internet data costs in this country. That resulted our engagement with Pura. Pura has hired a consultant, independent consultant, to do what we call a market assessment. And this market assessment would give us the guidelines at the end of the project to guide us what power or guideline we have to force the GSM operators to reduce the tariff rate. Without the market assessment, it's very difficult to do that. And we have already seen the first report. We are waiting for the final report. Thank you.
Member for Kiang West.
Honourable Speaker, thank you. I've withdrawn.
Member for Lower Salon.
Honourable Speaker, Honourable Minister, you have mentioned Comium reason $10 for internet, cheap. But tell us the quality of that internet.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. That would be a question for Pura. I don't have the tools to see the quality and monitoring of data quality. Thank you.
Member for Fonyi Jarol.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Minister, Gamcell servers are owned. And then I don't know how soon you plan to renew to purchase the new ones or to replace them.
Thank you very much. Actually, there's a TOR. My technician is here. There's a TOR that already, I think, should be out or is already out to update the data center at the for Gamtel and Gamcel. So we are working on that. Thank you.
The member for Basse.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, do your ministry have any influence or authority over these service providers in providing quality and fast internet service across the country?
Thank you very much. Our ministry is mostly responsible on the policy side, but as far as monitoring quality and quality assurance, that is part of PURA responsibility. Thank you.
Nominated member Kebalang Fofana.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, you've indicated that after your stakeholder meetings with the GSM companies, you were able to substantially reduce the price of data. What will be your answer to the statement that GSM companies are unreasonably high charging data prices without? What will be your answer to the statement that the
Point
GSM...
of order, Honorable Speaker.
There's a point of order from the member Fonyi Bintang.
I rise on point of order 38, admissibility of questions. 38C, questions are not contain argument, interference, opinion. So the honorable member's question contain opinion.
The order is ruled out.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, why are GSM companies charging high prices to Gambians?
Honorable Minister, thank you very much. GSM operators have tariff rates that they follow. And the tariff rate that they are using to charge has not been reviewed for more than 5 years or more. So at our level, at the ministry level, we cannot force them to reduce the fees or the amount of charges they are charging unless there is what we are doing now, the market assessment, number one. Number two, the regulator is the party that is responsible for looking into that, which is PURA. Thank you.
Question number 287 of 20. On a point of order?
No, it's not a point of order. It's a point of observation. Because the honorable minister keep calling members honorable ministers, and they are honorable members.
Oh, yeah, that could have been a point of order as well. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Honorable Minister, please take note. Question number 287 of 2023 by the member for Lower Salon.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Communication and Digital Economic frankly tell this August Assembly whether it's true that the International Gateway provides solid cash flow to the company, Gamtel, in cash, in hard currency, in healthy foreign exchange reserve? For the government, if yes, can the Honorable Minister explain from 2012 to date what is the total revenue collected and what caused the realization of International Gateway? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Minister, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I want to commend the Honorable Member from Lower Salem for this important question. Honorable Speaker, the International Voice Gateway has been one of the key revenue streams for Gamtel over the years. The government liberalized the gateway in 2019 in line with the international best practices as per agreement with the developing partners. Honorable Speaker, on the request for revenue generated from 2012 to date, we have already engaged Gamtel and Pura to submit the necessary data in order to provide a complete and accurate information to this August Assembly. I therefore ask your indulgence for the Honourable Member and the August Assembly to give us more time to provide this information. I submit.
Yes, thank you, because we are not serious on what we are doing. Honourable Speaker, are you aware that contract is awarded for this liberalization of this gateway? And are you in a position to give us the contract document between the 20 years agreement, World Bank and Gambia?
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. I am not aware of that, but I will look into it. I said I am not aware of it, but I will look into it and get back to you.
Honourable Speaker. Point of order, okay.
What?
Point of order.
A point of order from the member for Wuli is.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I'm rising on a point of order 38K. A question shall not be asked reflecting on the character or conduct of any person whose character or conduct may only be challenged on a substantive motion. The member made a comment that these people are not serious, that's why, before he raises supplementary question. And that is not acceptable. So withdraw that.
I will come back to that. Minister, please proceed.
Honourable Speaker, point of order.
But this is national development.
Honourable Speaker,
There is a point of order from the member for Fonyi Bintang.
Honourable Speaker, point of order 39. The Speaker's duty as to question. The Speaker, subject to Standing Order 38, shall be the sole judge of the admissibility of a question. And I think the National Assembly need to look at this, whether the Speaker should administer the judgment or not. Because at times we question your judgment on certain issues. Thank you.
Honorable member, you see, the standing orders is meant to regulate our procedures and our conduct as members of the National Assembly. You see, without which it will be tantamount to a village bantaba, and it would also be equal to what you just have done. You are out of order. Minister, please proceed.
No, it's not answered.
I said I am not aware.
Please, Minister.
I will look into it and get back to you. That's what I said for the contract that you're asking.
Minister.
Honourable.
Minister, please.
This is my question. You allow me. The reason why we make questions, we have knowledge on what we are saying. Allow us, please.
Please sit down. The essence of asking questions to members of the executive is for them to give us further information on whatever information or belief you might hold. You want the facts, for them to give us the fact. And when you ask questions, it's for them to answer. And if they answer, if you don't like it, you are given opportunity for supplementary question. You ask your supplementary question, he answered, and you exhausted the two, you still disagree. Who is that?
Honourable Kasama. Honourable Speaker, The part of
Please sit down, sir, please. My aide told me you ask one question, you are left with one.
Yes, even the one that I asked, part of it is answered, but part of it is not answered.
You are to ask only one question.
Yeah, it's a question that you allow me to do.
Okay, now please, you have one question. Go ahead and ask your question.
I will come back. Honourable Minister, the contract document that is signed for 20 years period between the World Bank and the Gamtel, are you ready to submit to the National Assembly for review?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The international gateway has been liberalized in 2019. The operators are managing their own gateway, period. PURA is managing and monitoring the system in place. Thank you.
Honourable Speaker, I think the minister is diverting this question. The question here is, you have made a contract with the World Bank for 20 years period. I said, are you ready to submit this contract document between the World Bank and Gamtel that is signed to liberalize this gateway?
And thank you very much. My answer was to you, I will look into it and get back to you. That was my answer. Thank you.
Member for Kiang West.
Honorable Minister, in your response to the question to furnish this Honorable House with the funds that was generated from 2012 to date, as far as the issue at hand is concerned, that you have admitted that you will engage the relevant stakeholders to furnish you with this information. The purpose of oral question is that the oral questions are given with due notice for ministers to notify their technicians to furnish you with information before you come back. What prevents you from having this information when you receive this question?
Very good question. Thank you very much. I take full responsibility for this, not providing this information today. However, I rely on these two institutions, PURA and Gamtel, to provide this data for us. Why we have not got it to the time I got back from my international travel, I cannot answer that question, but I take full responsibility and I will provide that to you shortly. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Yes, please, thank you for that and provide that as soon as possible. Member for Woolly East.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. The answers are many, but my question is whether your ministry is willing to actually engage in conducting thorough assessment of the Gamshell to determine what is the real cause of the crisis there.
No.
Thank you very much.
Point of order.
Thank you very much.
There's point of order from the member for Opanyomi.
Honourable Speaker, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity. Supplementary question 43. Supplementary question 43.1. Supplementary questions may be put for the purpose of elucidating an oral answer. The question the Honourable Member for Woolly is asked was not, it doesn't emanate from the parent question, neither part of the minister's answer. So I think it's not admissible. Thank you.
Order sustained. Member for Josuang.
Thank you very much. Honourable Minister, a meeting was held between Gamtel and Cabinet on this gateway issue, and recommendations were agreed upon. What is your ministry waiting to implement those recommendations?
Sorry, Gamtel and
Cabinet. Gamtel and Cabinet, yes.
Honourable Member, recommendations between Cabinet, please. Yeah.
Recommendation between Cabinet and Gamtel
On what?
on this gateway issue. And what are they waiting to implement those recommendations? No, it's on the gateway, don't worry, it's on the gateway. I'm on the it's on the gateway.
No, Honourable Member, that question is not admissible. Please, if you want, you can write it as a substantive question and ask.
But, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, sir. Please take your seat. Member for Fonyi Councillor.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. It is clearly put to you as per the losses incurred in this gateway liberalization of Gamtel. Are you ready to work with the PEC committee, both Gamtel and Gamcel, to have a solid pathway discussion? And if so, what time could you give us to the committee?
Honourable Member, the parent question is for the hard currencies and healthy foreign exchange reserves for Gamtel, and how much from 2012 to date, and what caused the liberalization gateway. That's the...
My question also is directly like that.
What is your question?
I said.
Member, please.
Yes, what I'm just saying is the causes of the losses of both Gamtel and Gamcel is through this liberalization of gateway. As a committee and the ministry, would he be available for us to have a vivid discussion to see the pathway of this loss?
Honourable Member, thank you very much. When he leaves, you can discuss with him at the corner, or you write to him.
No. Why can I discuss with him?
Order, please. Order, please. Order. No, please, Honourable Member for Fonyi Councillor, address me. Ignore them, please.
Honourable.
Please.
Order. Please.
Belong is disturbing.
Honourable members, please don't use your mic. The Honourable Member for Fonyi Councillor is suggesting, proposing to the Minister for a meeting with other committees. That has nothing to do with... No, please. Okay, please. No, please, Honourable Member for Fonyi Councillor, please. Honourable Member, please. Honourable Member for Fonyi Councillor, please maintain order. Honourable Member, maintain order. The committee should write and request those meetings. The member for Brikama South.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Minister, you vividly made it very clear international best practice call for liberalization. When are your ministry ready? Since the liberalization started in 2019, and from 2012 to 2019, how much was generated as a revenue, and from 2019 to date, so that you can make this comparison and see which is better?
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I answered that question earlier. I say I will provide those documentation once I get the data from Pura and Gamtel, which I will provide to you. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Fonyi Bintang.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Minister, with the past experience that we got, if ministers promise to come back and give us document or requests, it do take a long time before they give us. And now you are not actually giving us a specific date. I want you to provide us with a specific date.
Fair question. Thank you very much. We will provide it to you by next week, Friday. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Honourable Minister, for Communication and Digital Economy, those answers provided to this August Assembly. Honourable Minister, you are released now. Clerk, you may proceed.
Oral questions. Questions for oral answers. Honourable Minister for Basic and Secondary Education.
Thank you. The Honourable Minister for Basic and Secondary Education, you may take the podium. Questions for which due notices were given to the Honourable Minister for Basic and Secondary Education by Honourable Members for oral reply. Question number 225 of 2023 by the Member for Fonyi Councillor.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, could the Minister of Basic and Secondary Education explain to this August Assembly in details why teachers' 1/6 payments were delayed only to be paid after the Tobaski phase? Thank you.
Good day, Honourable Speaker, members of this August National Assembly. Honourable Speaker, the Ministry also got information that there was delay in payment of the salary advance of 1/6 for some teachers. This mainly affected teachers in government subvented schools. The Honourable Member may wish to note that payment of salaries of such teachers is done at the level of the Accountant General Department, Treasury. The Ministry would compute and submit the data to Treasury, and we did so on time. The latter, in turn, would normally then pay the salaries through the central bank to the respective bank accounts of the schools, who would finally effect payment to banks or financial institutions where the teachers receive their salaries. Honourable Speaker, the delay, therefore, was beyond the purview of the Ministry of Basic and Secondary Education. So the Honourable Member may wish to redirect the question to the relevant authority. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Speaker, Minister, teachers are teachers from basic and secondary education. Being that portfolio holder, they were put at risk of non-payment. As a ministry, what could have been your stand if such has occurred in this age and time.
Honorable Speaker, like I said, the failure for the 1/6 advance payment to have reached the accounts of these teachers was not the fault of the Ministry of Basic and Secondary Education. All we had to do, we did, and the information was forwarded to the relevant authority to effect the payment. We only knew that they did not get their 1/6 payments when it happened. It was our wish that, like those teachers who receive their salaries or their payments directly from government to their accounts, we wish everybody else was able to experience the same. But unfortunately, it did not happen. And we will engage, or the people who are responsible in my ministry, the accounts and others, I guess have engaged the respective authority to be able to look into the matter. It is our wish that such things do not happen. We empathize with them, and we hope and pray that there would be changes in future. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, reliably informed that computing error had occurred from your end to the Accountant General, where orders are paid, orders are not. How qualified is that unit at your ministry?
Can you repeat the last part of your question?
Thank you. We are aware or reliably informed that there were computing error at your end to the Accountant General. I am asking, how qualified is that unit responsible in doing those computing to the next?
Honorable Speaker, unfortunately, I did not get that information. It's not to my knowledge that that was the reason, that was the cause. I am not aware. And I want to believe that my ministry, the people who are responsible to do such computations, are qualified and they're doing their job well. But like the honorable member said, it was a computing error, and to err is human. Thank you.
Thank you. The member for Fonyi Bintang.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, as the sole administrator of the welfare of teachers, that is your sole responsibility, and whatever affects them affects you. Is the load of your ministry too heavy for you to carry?
No, that question is out of order. The member for Kiang West.
Honorable Minister, in your response, you've indicated that the schools that were affected, as far as the matters at hand is concerned, were subvented schools. Can you tell us the number of subvented schools and what are those schools and number of teachers affected by this issue? Thank you very much.
Honorable Speaker, I would beg that the information be provided later, as I cannot give all those details at the top of my head right here at this moment. Thank you.
Member for Janjambure.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, in your response, you said to err is human. I might agree with you at some extent, but again,
I want to ask, what evidence can you support your submissions as to the late payment of 1/6 to the teachers?
Honorable Speaker, like I already said, it was not solely the responsibility of the Ministry of Basic and Secondary Education, as I understand. It was a late payment from another institution into the accounts of the teachers who were affected. So, I don't know how that can be the sole responsibility of the Ministry of Basic and Secondary Education.
Member for Lower Badibu.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, in your answer, you did mention that no, the problem does not emanate from your ministry. Now, my question to you is, did you make any findings as to the reason why there was late payment to the teachers who were or who are under the purview of your ministry? Thank you.
I would like to assure, Honorable Speaker, I would like to assure the Honorable Member that there were no errors, like I said. There were no errors, or I am not aware of any errors from the end of the Ministry of Basic and Secondary Education. However, the Permanent Secretary and the Accounts Department of my ministry are the ones who are responsible for accounting matters of such nature. And I would want to believe that they had engaged the necessary parties or institutions, and they would have been able to discuss and map a way forward so that such things do not happen anymore, like I said before.
Honorable Minister, there is point of order from the member for Woolly East.
Honorable Speaker, it is 38J. A question fully answered shall not be asked again during the same session. The Honorable Minister has already answered the cause of the problem, and it is understood. So why bring him back again to the same problem? She is answering the same. No. Yes.
Order sustained. Member for Brikama North and Minority Leader.
Speaker, my question has been addressed.
I did, my member for Oponyomi, I did already. You now have the floor. Member for Oponyomi, please. Oponyomi, supplementary question.
Honorable Speaker, I think the answer given by the minister suffices, so thank you. I withdraw.
Thank you very much. Question 226 of 2023 by the member for Banjul South. Authorize the member for Banjul North.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the member for Banjul South, I will want to ask this question to the Honorable Minister. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Basic and Secondary Education tell this August Assembly why the ministry insisted on selling the premises of St. Mary's Primary School, yet Muslim High School, all premises remain unoccupied? Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Member would recall that in my answers to questions raised in relation to the relocation of these schools, I did clarify that the whole area where the premises of these schools were located in Banjul South have been earmarked for this Banjul Ports extension or expansion project. Consequently, Gambia Ports Authority initiated the process of acquisition from the proprietors, Muslim Senior Secondary School, from the BANJUL Muslim Elders Association, and the Board of Directors of the school, and for St. Mary's Lower Basic School and Wesley Lower Basic, from their respective missions. Those are the Anglican and the Methodist churches. The ministry only served as an observer in the whole exercise. Finally, even though the acquisition process for Muslim Senior Secondary School might have been completed, occupying or developing the premises is the prerogative of GPA.
I think that's clear. That's the fact.
Member for Kiang West.
Withdrawn.
Question number 227 of 2023 by the member for Banjul South to be read on her behalf by the member for Banjul North.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, once again. On behalf of the member for Banjul South, Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Basic and Secondary Education inform this August Assembly if there are plans to change the school curriculum following the trend of total failure of all aspects, considering the results each year both in grade 9 and grade 12? Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, every year when the results are released, both the ministry and the West African Examinations Council, WAEC, would provide an analysis for public consumption. Furthermore, I did appear in this August Assembly in the year 2022 legislative year and the previous years to share our analysis, and there has never been a depiction of total failure. To call them so is certainly a matter of opinion. Therefore, there has never been a concern within the ministry to change the curriculum because of poor results. However, like other countries, and in responding to the present circumstances and the transforming education agenda of 2022, our curriculum should respond to the ever-changing needs of the labor market in terms of relevance. This is why the curriculum is being reformed to focus more on the development of competences, skills, attitudes, and values rather than on content. To this end, the new curriculum includes subjects such as civic education, environmental education, and social studies. Agricultural science was unpacked thus: animal husbandry, fisheries, forestry, and crop husbandry. Similarly, home economics was also expanded into clothing and textile, home management, and food and nutrition. At senior secondary level, we have now introduced new subject groupings as follows: humanities, business studies, pure science, agriculture, technical and vocational education, and home economics. For each of these groupings, a student would choose the relevant subjects of the group with English, maths, and civic education as compulsory subjects. However, Honorable Speaker, this is meant to give students the choice to specialize on pathways of their aptitude and interest. Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, I have nothing to add because that was a marathon answer. Thank you.
Is this one? Member for Fonyi Bintang.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister tell us the reason for the constant failure from grade 9 and 12?
Was it not the same question?
Curriculum changing. Asked the reason for the failure, and the minister denied that. For the failure, we want to know.
Point of order. Point of order.
Yes, point of order from nominated member Fatu Kejao.
I'm rising on order 38J. A question fully answered shall not be asked again during the same session.
Yes, because the questions ask total failure grade 9 to 12, and your supplementary is the same. Order sustained. The question is dismissed. Member for Kiang West.
Honorable Minister, your response has indicated that there has not been a total failure, but we frame it as there has been a mass failure, if not total, from grade 12 in the previous years. Can you tell us specifically on grade 12 the cause of that mass failure on grade 12?
Point of order, Honourable Speaker.
Can we hear the point of order from nominated member Fatu Kejao?
I'm rising on order 38-2. No speeches shall be made by any member in asking a question, and no debate shall be permitted on any question. And this honourable member is just debating.
The order is ruled out. Minister, please respond.
Like I responded earlier, to say there was a total failure is a matter of opinion. And at the Ministry of Basic and Secondary Education, when we analyzed the results, there is no point in time when we saw total failure. A total failure would mean that all the students who sat to the examination, to the WAS exams, they all scored 9 in all the subjects. But the reason that, or the fact that there were students who got 8 credits, 7 credits, 6 credits, perhaps missing maths or English, does not mean that it was a total failure. And the fact that we got some students who got the required credits to be enrolled at the university or be admitted at the university shows or further indicates that there was nothing like a total failure. Because
Honourable Minister. Honourable Minister.
Yes, sir.
Time to answer supplementary question is limited to 2 minutes.
Speaker, I didn't ask question on total failure. I was asking on mass failure, on specifically on grade 12. But I was agreeing with the minister that there was no total failure, but we could specifically talk about grade 12. There was a mass failure in previous years, but I was not talking about total failure. My question was not addressing that. I was asking about mass failure on grade 12 in the previous years. So that was what I have questioned.
Thank you, Honourable Member, and thank you very much also for taking the floor without leave. Thank you.
Honourable.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Honourable
You are
Speaker.
right. That's why I allowed you to clarify yourself.
Honourable Speaker, point of order.
Point of order from member for Fonyi Binta.
Honourable Speaker, point of order 36. Questions to the Vice President, Minister, and the Assembly. 36.7. A question must be answered as clearly and as fully as possible. The Honourable Minister is not answering questions clearly and possibly and fully. Please.
You know, depending on what you understand to be as clearly as possible. A question can be as clear as possible, answers can be as clear as possible to me, while to you, it's no near there. So you are not in order. Thank you. Member for Serekunda.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I would like to be informed by the Honorable Minister whether the inclusion of these new subjects you have said here applies to the madrasas, especially civic education. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, sorry, Honorable Member. Can you repeat your question?
That would be to the discretion of the minister whether she had what I asked. No, okay. What I said is whether the inclusion of these new subjects in our school curriculum applies to the madrasas, especially civic education.
Minister, please respond.
Civic education is now a core subject. And since we have the synchronized curriculum with the madrasas, those madrasas that are registered and are using the synchronized curriculum, I believe it applies to those madrasas. Thank you.
Member for Nyamina West.
Come here.
Member for Sami.
Thank you very much. Mine is a little bit similar to him, but I will frame it in another way around. Thank you. We all know that in those days, civics education starts at Form 1 up to Form 4. So my question is it going to start at the lower, up to grade 7, up to 9, up to senior schools?
At the moment, we were looking at these subjects from the point of view of senior secondary schools. We're still looking at the curriculum, and of course, you know, we have different levels in the education system, and we will cover eventually the entire education system from lower basic to upper basic to senior secondary schools. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister for Basic and Secondary Education, for those answers provided to this assembly. You are now released. You can go now. Clerk, Environment. Meanwhile, I will suspend the assembly for 30 seconds. The assembly is suspended. For 30 seconds.
Thank you. Question for oral answers continues. Question for oral answers by the Minister for Environment, Climate Change and Natural Resources.
Thank you, Honourable Minister for Environment, Climate Change and Natural Resources. You may take the podium. Question for which due notices were given to the Honourable Minister for Environment, Climate Change and Natural Resources by Honourable Members for oral reply. Question number 207 of 2023 by the member for Brikama North.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, the degradation of the tree forest parks around Brikama are very worrying. Could the Honourable Minister for Environment, Climate Change and Natural Resources inform this August Assembly whether the Ministry is aware of the poor state of the said forest parks, and if so, what plans does the Ministry have to ensure the protection and preservation of these forest parks?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I first apologize for my poor physics and my voice. Thank you, Honourable Member for Brikama North, for your concern in the state of our forest parks. The Ministry is indeed aware of the deplorable state of the three forest parks in questions, which were gazetted in 1952 and converted to single species part of the plantations Malina in the 1960s by the colonial administrations. I will summarize. The trees have a lifespan for about 20-25 years. And from the years given above, they have surpassed their lifespans and needed to be harvested, which have been done. At the moment, on the activities being implemented to get this situation corrected, several measures are in place for the protection and preservation of the parks, including prevention, control of indiscriminate night dumping in the forest park, which is not in line with usual forest maintenance, through the persistent cleaning of the dump sites in the forest with the help of some of the environmental groups and concerned citizens. The department is currently embarking on silvicultural treatment, that is, trending operations of some of the compartments with big trees to release them from climbers. Direct seedlings with the Baransko, that's the Sibo, and indigenous tree species is going on to gradually replace the species that is currently there. Currently, the Global Environment Facility, that's the GEF, has approved the access and benefit sharing project to be implemented by the Department of Parks and Wildlife Management as lead institutions, to be supported by Department of Forestry. These three parks are included in the project's intervention site. The department intends to fence the park in the project to reduce human intrusions and in the case of illegal dumping. The department has long since ceased utilizing the trees product in this park to allow them to regenerate, to regrow gradually to enhance the environmental services in the rendering of the surrounding communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As measures of trying to protect the forest parks, you did mention that the department is planning to fence the sites. Precisely, when do you intend to do this fencing? Because right now, that is the key need for protection of these forest parks.
Thank you. As I mentioned, this is a project already in the formulation state, about to be implemented. We have not launched it yet, but as soon as possible, hopefully before the end of this year, we'll finalize on the implementation of the project.
Honorable Minister, another factor that is also contributing to the deplorable state of the forest park is as a result of illegal deforestation. And this could be in the absence of the forest guards that used to be there. Do you have in plan to employ more forest guards?
Well, actually, this has been on a long-standing discussions. That is to say, we need to revive and look into what has been positive in terms of the protection of this forest cover. And key among them has been having local forest guards who have been supportive at the community level, because only you and I and the government cannot do it all. But again, this also has cost implications. What we want to do now is to merge these two departments, workforce, that's both the Department of Parks and Wildlife and the Department of Forestry, rather than having separate units dealing with different things when they are on the military and almost their work is interrelated, to have them so that we can have a more number of staff under the same department managing the same resources. So this is also part of it. We've already designed the concept note, which is under review, to make sure that at least there's no conflict of interest, but at least synchronous of people, of workforce to cover a larger area.
Member for Serekunda.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Could the Honorable Minister tell this August Assembly what kind of support does her ministry have in place to support communities and organizations who are reforestating their communities?
Thank you so much.
That question is out of order.
Sorry, it's not out of order, Speaker. It's about
No,
the forest and deforestation.
This question is about the Brikama Forest Park. But you, throughout the Gambia, and also organizations and societies, please.
She mentioned in her response about communities at the community level.
Yes, at the community of Brikama. But for you, you want the community of Chairman, the community of Bolibana, the community of this organization in Wuli, organization in Salum. Now, please, the member for Bundung Kakunda.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, I just want to know whether you have any mechanism in place to work with those local communities to prevent bushfire in our forest park, please. Thank you very much.
That is already in place. Gambia is one of the champions in managing forests, engaging communities in managing forests. Recently, we are having community forest initiatives. This we deem it necessary to engage the forests in the management and ownership of this community forest. And it's working very fine. We're going to expand it to make sure that at least each and every community is having their own community forest. That case, they are motivated to manage. They're also having the interest to take the lead in managing what they own.
The member for Kiang West.
Honorable Minister, the questionnaire said the issue had talked about the issue of illegal deforestation in the said forest park. Have your office received any information with respect to this conduct? And I said the issue of illegal deforestation in the said forest park. Have your office received any information with respect to this conduct, illegal deforestation in this said forest park, and what was the action taken?
Honourable Minister, please respond.
Okay. Well, specific would be difficult for me to give now because I didn't have the data. But I know the illegal activities is visible for all of us to see together. I know we have cases that have been taken to court and actions have been taken. We have a major case that is already in court, but then the guy has decided to withdraw. But that has to be linked into both ownership and also damaging the forest product itself. So the two both have been in court, but we have agreed to settle it out of court.
Member for Sanimentary.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Minister, to ensure the protection and preservation of the forest parks, Sukuta Salaji Forest Park, I have seen, I'm seeing the fencing that forest park. Is that also part of the protection that you're doing?
Honourable Member, it's really not, even though you are my MP, but the question is out of order. Thank you. Member for Woolly East.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, we are speaking about forest parks, prevention of forest parks. Honourable Minister.
Around Brikama, the Brikama Forest Park. That's what we are talking about.
No. It's forest parks in general. Look at it down. What plans do the ministry have to ensure the protection and preservation of these forest parks? It's not referring to only one.
No. Please ask your question. Then I will decide whether to admit it or not.
You are preparing to. Okay. Honourable Minister, no, I'm just concerned about your arrangement with local forest guards, because they are very key in the preservation and prevention of forest parks. What arrangement do you have with these key people to protect these forest parks?
Thank you. Our focus is not only to maintain the current forest parks, but to motivate all of us to participate in managing our green space, including the forests. And we're coming up with innovative strategies, not very long to come. Just today, I was discussing with an investor on this. We need to bring, I've been saying this in the National Assembly, if you follow the Africa Climate Summit, it was key on the agenda that we need to leverage on the opportunities that is both climate smart and also revenue avenues. And key is the issue of carbon trading. Carbon trading goes directly to benefit both the community and bringing them also to partner with the forest management team, as well as giving them something to motivate them to take the ownership and managing it. We know that people who are intruded into the forest, they're doing it just to gain their economic situations, and we have to understand this. So this is one thing we have to do. Let's look at what will demotivate them and divert their actions in terms of degrading the forest cover. But also let them join us in building the forest cover. That is one thing we are going to do, and not very long we'll implement a key aspect of this, inshallah.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honourable Minister for Environment, Parks, Wildlife and Climate Change. Climate change and natural resources, for those answers provided. Thank you. You can go now. Fisheries, Clark.
Question for oral answers continues. The Honourable Minister for Tourism, Arts and Culture.
Clark, Fisheries, please. Minister of Tourism is not in. The Minister of Tourism is not yet.
Question for oral answers continues. Minister for Fisheries, Water Resources and National Assembly Matters.
Member for Woolly East.
Well, it's already about 3 and half of the plenary is going for lunch. Why don't you consider lunch break?
You know, we have only 2
because
minutes.
This one has many questions.
Yeah, okay. You only have 2 ministers. So you have only 2 ministers.
But you have many questions for him.
Thank you. Minister of Fisheries, you may take the podium. questions for which due notices were given to the Minister, the Honourable Minister for Fisheries, Water Resources and National Assembly Matters for oral reply by honourable members. Question number 289 of 2022 by the member for Banjul South.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. On behalf of the member for Banjul South, Honourable Speaker, could the Honourable Minister for Fisheries and Water Resources tell this August Assembly how much they have made in the EU fishing agreement? Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I want to make a correction. Maybe you have the answers from our office. That is A, the financial contribution from the EU, it should stand, instead of 1,100,000 euros, should be 2,200,000 euros. 2,200,000 euros. And 550,000 euros is the contribution from the EU per annum. And for the 4 years period, the total is 2,200,000 euros. 50% of which is for the sector support, that is for the ministry, and the other 50% is paid towards the consolidated funds.
In
addition to that,
any supplementary?
No, Mr. Speaker. Each ship owner registered in the Gambia also contributes 315 euros as financial contribution to the government of the Gambia, amounting to 162,225 euros for the period under review. That is 2019-2023. The government collects licensing fees from each licensing vessel, which amounts to $22,026,077.34 butus.
Member for Kiang West.
It's well noted. It's all about math, so he has given it.
Honourable Speaker, could the Honourable Minister police this August Assembly with this Gambia EU agreement on fishing and with all the terms and conditions, the duration, the expiration and everything?
Mr. Speaker, I believe the question is for how much we received from the EU, because I am not in possession of the agreement as of now, but I know it's for a 6-year period, which will expire in 2026.
Any further supplementary question?
Asking it now, Honourable Speaker. I'm asking if he can police this House with those details that I have talked about.
Yes, we can do that later.
Question number 290 of 2023 by the member of Banjul South.
Thank you very much once again, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, on behalf of the member for Banjul South, Honourable Speaker, could the Honourable Minister for Fisheries and Water Resources tell this August Assembly whether the devices and other monitoring centers were built as per the EU fishing agreement? Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, as per the EU-Gambia government fishing agreement, a monitoring center has been established since 2020 with all the necessary operating devices as per EU agreement, and the center was launched in 2021 and is fully operational.
I'm good.
Question number 291 of 2023 by the member for Woolly East.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, could the Honourable Minister for Fisheries and Water Resources update this August Assembly on the state of implementation of the International Maritime Organization, IMO, in relation to the mitigation of employment opportunities for our young people? Thank you. Mr. Speaker, IMO is not within our purview, and it's that of the Gambia Maritime Agency, which is under the Ministry of Transport and not the Ministry of Fisheries.
So we cannot provide the answer.
Thank you very much. Question number 292 of 2023 by the member for Woolly East.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, could the Honourable Minister for Fisheries and Water Resources explain to this August Assembly why the observers posted on board lancing fishing vessels in the Gambia receive far less remuneration compared to their peers in the sub-region?
Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Fisheries is aware of the role of observers and therefore established a remuneration that commensurates their functions. We are reliably informed that their remuneration is within the same level with their peers in the sub-region.
Question number 2, you have supplementary?
It looks like the minister is contending this one, but the young people that are on board these fishing vessels are also saying something different. Would your ministry be ready to make some further inquiries on the scale of pay for these young people?
Honourable Member, is the same question you ask?
No. Now I'm saying whether he'll be ready to do further inquiries in relation to the payment of young people on board vessels. Further inquiries.
Mr. Speaker, we have already done that, but I can promise that we can engage our partners in the sub-region, and also if those who are complaining to him can come to the office, we will be able to verify. And then if you have any answers, we will don't hesitate to inform the House.
Question number 293 of 2023 by the member for Woolly East.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, could the Honourable Minister for Fisheries and Water Resources provide data to this August Assembly regarding the marketable fish species in the Gambia and what efforts are being done to ensure that they do not dwindle?
Mr. Speaker, we are saying in the Gambia, all fish species caught in our waters are marketable. However, in terms of data, we are not able to establish accurately the fish stock because, number one, we share the fish stock with Senegal, Mauritania, the same fish stock, Cape Verde, Sierra Leone, Guinea-Bissau, and Guinea-Conakry. And if, in the absence of a research vessel, we cannot establish the accurate data of our fish stock, our share of that fish stock.
Question number 294 of 2023 by the member for Woolly East.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, could the Honourable Minister for Fisheries and Water Resources explain to this August Assembly whether he is aware that even the risk allowances of the observers on board fishing vessels are not paid to them, the risk allowances?
Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Fisheries is not aware of any existence of the existence of any risk allowance being paid to observers.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, could the Honourable Minister endeavour to make real findings, since he is not very sure, as to the risk allowances of our people on the board of vessels?
Mr. Speaker, I think I have said it doesn't exist unless he wants also to introduce a risk allowance, which is almost out of our responsibility.
Thank you very much.
Honourable.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Honourable Speaker, thank you very much. Could the Honourable Minister consider introducing risk allowances for people who are working on board fishing vessels, because these are very dangerous seas?
Now, we don't have any provision to provide risk allowances for those observers, but unless if the Honourable Member can influence the House to give us the resources to do that, we are more than willing to do that.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Member for Serekunda.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. As the Minister said, if the member can convince the House to give them more allowances, more monies, resources in order to be able to pay those inspectors. Is it the Gambia government who employs them or the European Union?
The observers have an association. It's a private arrangement from government. And they provide these observers and these fishing vessels, the owners who pay for those observers, not from the European Union.
The member for Kiang West.
Honorable Minister, which association is this? And when did the government have that arrangement with them?
That's why they pick the observers from. I said this is the Gambia Sailors Association. It's independent of the ministry.
Member for Sanementreng.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Minister, was there any MOU signed between the Gambia government and this association that you're talking about? If there is, can you furnish this August Assembly with that document?
As of now, I don't have that information, but I'll find out and I will let you know.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister for Fisheries, Water Resources and National Assembly Matters for those answers provided. You may go now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This time it's not water, it's only fish.
Clark, Agriculture.
Thank you. Question for oral answers continues. The Honourable Minister for Agriculture.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. You may take the podium.
Honourable Speaker, the House is empty. Honourable Speaker, it's empty. People are going for lunch, Honourable Speaker.
Questions for which due notices were given to the Honourable Minister for Agriculture by Honourable Members for oral reply. Question number 270 of 2023 by the Member for Sami. Question number 271 of 2023 by the Member for Brikama.
Honorable Speaker, would you consider a break for people? Look, the House, we are all going to lunch, you know. Have you eaten?
Do we have quorum?
No, count, no.
We are in order. We are in order. Question number 271, 2023 by the Member for Brikama South. Chief Whip, the majority and minority, we need one more member. In order. Can you get... Honorable Cham, come on. Lower Nyomi, please come in. Yeah, thank you. Question number 271 of 2023 by the Member for Brikama South. Question number 272 of 2023 by the Member for Upper Fuladu West. Question number 273 of 2023 by the Member for Sabak Sanjar. He authorizes who?
Honourable Speaker, let's call people to come in. This is just crazy.
Please don't use your mic. He authorized the Member for Serekunda. Question number 274 of 2023 by the Member for Woolly East.
I'll never leave until it is done. Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, could the Honourable Minister for Agriculture update this August Assembly on the state of implementation of the Roots project, especially in relation to the Fodekunda Garden in Woodley East. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and thank you, Honorable for Woodley East. Honorable Speaker, I wish to inform the Honorable Member for Woodley East that the Roots project is divided into 3 main components. However, before I get to the components, specifically for the Fodekunda Garden that you asked about, is part of the NEMA gardens that are supposed to be rehabilitated. The tender documents are already being finalized, and we expect the tender for the rehabilitation to be put out by the end of this month. But on a general terms, when you ask about the implementation of the Roots project, it is divided into 3, that is agricultural productivity and adaptation to climate change, and also access to market, project management, institutional development, and citizen engagement. These are the 3 breakdowns, and if you want further, more minute detail as to the implementation of the project, we have. The project is being implemented in 39 districts across the 5 administrative regions of the country. The project target group comprises the population in these catchment areas, in particular, smallholder, micro-entrepreneurs, and poor rural youth and women populations. Approximately 40,000 households, or about 320,000 people, that is over 10% of the Gambian population, benefits from this project. It is expected that 80% of the beneficiaries will be women, and also 20% will be youth. As more than 10% of the Gambian population are people with disability, the project seeks the involvement of this population since it is part of the selected value chains. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, when do you really expect this rehabilitation to be done at Fodekunda? Exactly when do you, because this has been long overdue. When do we really expect it to take place?
Thank you very much. Honorable Member for Woodley, I think I just said that the tender documents for the rehabilitation of these routes, which are previous NEMA gardens, is already being finalized. And we expect the tender documents to be out by the end of this month. And then the tender will be public, and then that's when we expect the work to start rolling. Thank you very much.
Any further supplementary question? Thank you very much, Honorable Minister.
Yes, sorry.
If you have supplementary, you raise a question.
No, not supplementary. I was assigned by the member for Upper Fulado West to read his question on his behalf. So I thought a communique was sent to the table office. I don't know if they can confirm that.
We called that question earlier on. Yes, minority. Yeah, that was the last. I was going to release him. Then the member for Upper Fulado.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, horticultural gardening is one of the most important components in economic growth. Could the Honorable Minister inform this August Assembly if the Ministry has any plans to provide horticultural gardening for the women of Upper Fulado West constituency? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Member for Jara, for Nyamina, and on behalf of the member for Fuladu. Honourable Speaker, I wish to inform the Honourable Member for Upper Fuladu West that under my ministry, there are two projects, namely the Roots and the Giraffe Project, that are supporting vegetable gardens throughout the country. As we speak, the Roots Project, which is a demand-driven project, has received requests for assistance of vegetable gardens, of which villages in CRR are of the request. But that said, to be specific about Upper Fuladu West, Sankulekunda Women Kafo are recipients of one of the giraffe projects to have a garden. YBK are also recipients of one of the 40 planned giraffe gardens. So in your constituency of Upper Fuladu, they are expected to receive 2 gardens from the giraffe project. And also, currently there is a roots established garden in Sololo Mandinka. And that aside, in the Sololo area, there is a 5-hectare garden that is not functional because of reticulation issues. This is a garden that is listed as those that are supposed to be rehabilitated. So in Upper Fuladu alone, you are benefited 2 new gardens and 2 gardens to be rehabilitated. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. I want to thank you for those answers provided. Thank you. Clerk.
Thank you. Question for oral answers continues. The Honourable Minister for Health.
Minister of Health, can you please proceed to the podium? Questions for which due notices were given to the Honourable Minister for Health by Honourable members for oral reply. Question number 208 of 2023 by the member for Banjul North. Question number 209 of 2023 by the member for Sabak Sanjal.
He is absent.
Question number 210 of 2023 by the member for Sabak Sanjal. Question number 211 of 2023 by the member for Serekunda. Question number 212 of 2023 by the member for Nyamina West.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I'm here, I'm present. Okay. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Health inform this August Assembly whether his ministry is aware of the... Oh, that's not... Sorry, thank you. Thank you. The question is 212. Sorry. Honorable Minister, sorry for that. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Health inform this August Assembly how far his ministry has gone on the expansion and upgrade of the Nanaba Health Post in Nyamena West constituency? Thank you.
Thank you very much, distinguished Honorable Speaker and Honorable National Assembly members. The policy of our ministry is to expand and improve healthcare services across the length and breadth of the country. Some upgrading took place at the Nanaba Community Clinic located in Nyamina West. A resident nurse midwife has been posted to boost their staff strength. There's already a community ambulance. Recently, cold chain facilities have been installed to facilitate the provision of immunization services. A new public health officer and a general nurse will be redeployed to the facility by this September to take up immunization services, birth registration, and other public health functions. The clinic will also provide reproductive and maternal health care services in addition to delivery and OPD services. It will be one of the facilities that will be assessed soon for possible physical expansion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Minister. Yes, we are aware of the health personnel posted there, but are you aware of quotas or housing challenges where the community were doing communal work for his housing? How far will you go on housing your staff that will come to the Nyamina Health Post in Nanaba? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. The issue of housing health workers across the length and breadth of the country is a big challenge, considering the numbers and the fact that it is the prerogative of government to house all the staff members to make service provision easy. But we realize that for each facility, the housing we need for the staff is typically more than even the size of the structures for the facility itself. That is the challenge. So it is a resource challenge, but we are hoping that after the assessment that Global Fund hopes to do for us, we'll be able to increase the number of houses for our staff across the length and breadth of the country. Thank you.
Question number 2-1. Is there any for the supplementary? The member for Rosalum, I saw your tab. Okay. Question number 213 of 2023 by the member for Janjambure.
It's out.
I'm here. Huh? Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Honourable, and thank you, Honourable Minister as well. Honourable Speaker, could the Honourable Minister for Health inform this August Assembly when exactly is Janjambure Health Centre going to be allocated with an ambulance service after suspending Riders for Health agreement with the government?
Thank you very much. Honourable Speaker, I wish to bring to the attention of the Honourable Member that the said ambulance has been moved to the Kaur Minor Health Centre following an unfortunate accident involving the Bansang Hospital ambulance. The Kaur ambulance was earlier deployed to Bansang Hospital owing to its state, thereby creating a big gap for the Kaur Health Centre. Although Janjambure does not have an ambulance at the moment, there are other ambulances supporting the facility in transporting patients. Kunting and Galemanda community ambulances also provide support services for referrals. We are getting partner support by the way of providing new ambulances. These are expected before the end of this year. Inshallah, when they arrive, Janjambure will be allocated one. Thank you.
Honourable Minister, considering the strategic location of Janjambure as an island community and also surrounded with some communities, do you think it is really fair with the people of Janjambure to stay without an ambulance service?
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Actually, there are resource challenges. So when resources are limited, we strike a balance, looking at the flow of patients from the regions. So the patient numbers, each patient is important throughout the length and breadth of this country. But where the population is higher, considering that Bansang Hospital is a major referral center and the strategic location of Kaur too, with regards to the patient volume, that is why those decisions are made. But that doesn't relegate Janjambure to the background. It is still very high on our agenda to provide ambulance services. And we wish to do that for all the facilities in this country.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. If I may ask, from your own response, you said an ambulance would be available for the Janjambure Health Facility by the end of the year. Is this an assurance from your ministry or otherwise? Thank you.
Thank you very much. As I said earlier, some partners are providing some ambulances for us as a country. This is a grant from African Development Bank through West African Health Organization, and quite a number of ambulances. And we'll prioritize Janjambure when they come, inshallah. The procurement process is on as I speak.
Member for Jara West. The member for Lower Salum.
Honourable Speaker, Honourable Minister, fact of the matter is, you know, the inhabitant in Kau, we not Lower Salum now. You can take Upper Salum, Nyanija, Kau, and the Kulos Tabalanga. Kau can stay without no ambulance. Where the people use my car to transport patients to Faravani. Is that fair, Honourable Speaker?
No.
The answer that he provided, Kau, is mentioned because our ambulance is moved to Bansan. So, you know, it's a trap that I was making to him. Kau is there. The answer that he was provided. You know what I'm saying?
Thank you. Actually, what I said was the one in Janjambure was moved to Kaur. The one in Kaur was moved to Bansa. That's the information we got.
There's no ambulance in Kaur.
I'll be surprised at that information, but I will verify. I'll verify immediately I leave here. Thank you.
The member for Jara Central.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Minister, in response to the answers rather you just given to Janjambure, how many ambulances are these in number? What? The ambulances that he is expecting from his partners, how many are they in number?
Okay, we are expecting 10, 11, depending on how far the funds can go, the funds available. But we are sure about 10.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The member for Joshua.
Honourable Minister, out of the 10 ambulances, will Joshua be catered for? Joshua.
Honourable Minister. No, please.
Out of the 10 ambulances, Honourable Speaker.
No, please. Yes, the member for Serekunda.
Question on the other paper here. Then I was out when my name was called. So, but if I'm given the opportunity, I would. Yeah, thank you very much, Honourable Speaker.
I have not given you the opportunity. You were requesting, and I didn't say a word. Please go ahead. Now, what I will do is, I will allow the member for BANJUL North Force.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. And I also want to apologize. When you called, I was out to at least help myself. Honourable Speaker, could the Honourable Minister for Health inform this August Assembly when the National Health Insurance Scheme will be launched? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable Speaker, the National Assembly enacted the National Health Insurance Act in 2021, which established the National Health Insurance Scheme, NHIS. The scheme aims at ensuring access to quality essential health services for all Gambians and non-Gambian residents in the Gambia without causing financial hardship. I wish to inform the Honourable Member for Banjul North constituency that as part of our efforts to implement the NHIS, the National Health Insurance Authority and other stakeholders are piloting the National Health Insurance Scheme in Bundung Maternal and Child Hospital. Lessons learned from this piloting will assist the authority to commence the national rollout in January 2024. The government of the Gambia is committed to providing universal health access to the populace through NHI and through her various ministries and other functionaries, including, of course, the development partners, is embarking on raising resources for the national launching of the scheme. However, we still have huge financial gaps as the sources of funding for the NHIS has been a challenge to implement. Therefore, the NHIA Act needs to be amended to identify new sources of funds that the mafia can disburse. Thank you very much.
Member for Central Badibu.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Minister, I'm not clear. Are you responding on launching or the implementation status of it?
Thank you very much. So what we decided to do was to give the information on the launching, which we said January 2024. But we also went ahead to give a background to remind people as to what transpired. But we did also say it is already been piloted at Bundu Maternal and Child Hospital. So the National Health Insurance Scheme is already started on a pilot phase.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Member for Combo South.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Minister, you have just mentioned that the National Insurance Scheme Act was promulgated in 2021. What reasons advanced the ministry to go ahead in amending the Act?
Thank you very much. Honourable Speaker, in the preparatory phase and the consultative phases and all, fund lines were identified, which were targeted as the contributing funds to the basket fund for the implementation of the scheme. But somewhere along the line, when implementation started, it was realized that some of them would be a challenge in implementing, in making available for the scheme. So that is why it is recommended by stakeholders that we review to see which funds are implementable and which funds are a challenge. So there are a list of sources of funds that have been itemized, but some have become a challenge in consultation, later consultation with the Ministry of Finance for us to get access to those.
Thank you. Member for Lower Salon.
Honourable Minister, hope there was any proper visibility study on this insurance scheme.
Yes, there was a proper feasibility study. But with anything that is new, even old things, as you implement, you see challenges along the way that you need to deal with to make it successful and functional. But we believe sincerely that National Health Insurance Scheme is the way to go so that people do not have to worry about whether they have money or not when they go to health facilities. They can just present a card and get the services. Thank you.
Thank you. Question number 211 of 2023 by the member for Serekunda.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, could the Honourable Minister for Health inform this August Assembly whether his ministry is aware of the lack of ambulance at the Serekunda Health Centre?
Thank you very much. Honourable Speaker, my ministry hereby takes note of the concern raised by the National Assembly member for Serekunda constituency regarding Serekunda Health Centre ambulance. I wish to inform the Honourable member that the Serekunda Health Centre ambulance has at present gone beyond its economic stage of repair and needs to be replaced. Currently, the ministry has made progress towards signing of a new transport management agreement with Riders for Health. This agreement will enable Riders for Health to replace the ambulances that are due for replacement. Meanwhile, to ameliorate the situation of the Serekunda ambulance challenges, the Sukuta, Fajikunda, and Bundu Maternal Child Health Hospital ambulances are providing support in case of referrals. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Given the population of Serekunda and the catchment areas in its surrounding all depends on that health center. An ambulance is very integral in healthcare delivery. So when will you provide an ambulance for Serekunda Health Center?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. It will be difficult to say categorically which month, but we're hoping it will be done soon. The contract, the new contract hopefully will be effective from 1st of next month. And when that is effective, riders will be asked to replace these ambulances. So the procurement process, the duration, it will be difficult for me to say categorically. But inshallah, soon Serekunda will get an ambulance. But the gap will be filled in as we speak, as we go along.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Speaker, this is not a supplementary question. I'm authorized by the member for Sabah Sanjal.
No, please.
You have.
Member for Central Badibu.
Thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, if you look at the Serekunda Health Center, as alluded by the member, it has a lot of catchment areas, and this is a need for them to have ambulances. We all know emergency cases are numerous. Honorable Minister, do you have other alternative than depending on the agreement between you and Riders for Health? Is it possible in the next budget we have ambulances for this very important strategic health facility?
Thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, that is sweet to my ears. So next budget will bring a list of where we need ambulances, and we'll look forward to your approval. Because fortunately, thank you. Fortunately, we've gotten support from the German government to have an ambulance command center for this country, where all these ambulances will be monitored and they'll be visualized on GPS systems. And they have 24-hour service. So they are going to establish that for us very soon. So when we get that and we get more ambulances, that will be very good for this country. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Lower Salem.
Honorable Minister, the 10th ambulance that you want to bring, are you ready to cater Serekunda facility there?
Yeah, I think most of those have been allocated, but I think it's based. Okay.
Minister, finish.
Thank you.
Honorable Speaker.
I can go. Yeah, most of those have been earmarked already, but depending on the situation, the need, these ambulances can be moved and they can be reallocated. So it depends on which ones come first. Then we will look at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Member for Woolly East.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, ambulances are okay, but the problem is the fuel is always a challenge. Would your ministry ensure that when these ambulances are provided anywhere, they are properly fueled so that they'll operate efficiently?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, we actually reviewing the entire Riders for Health contract to see how to streamline. And we believe that when we also have a means of monitoring the ambulances, how they go, how they travel, where they go to, it will be easier to cut down on cost of fuel. However, it boils down to availability of resources. So I think this coming budget session, inshallah, will have actually a very realistic fuel consumption rate, and we'll table it. So we'll ask for your support in that, so that there is hitch-free ambulance operation services. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Question number 209 of 2023 by the member for Sabah Sanjal.
Okay, thank you very much, Honourable Speaker.
To be read by the member for Serekunda on his behalf.
Okay. Honourable Speaker, the ambulance in Gain Sanjal and Sarakunda have not been functional for almost 4 months now. Could the Honourable Minister for Health inform this August Assembly if there are plans to either provide new ambulance or repair the above-mentioned ambulance?
Thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, the Sarakunda ambulance had a major engine problem, which had to be replaced in August 2023, which had been replaced in August 2023 and has resumed full operations now. Similarly, the Ngain Sanjal ambulance also had a fuel system problem. The fuel injection pump has been replaced and the ambulance was released on the 19th of July 2023 and is fully operational. Thank you.
Question number 210 of 2023 by the member for Sabah Sanjal, to be read on his behalf by the member for Serekunda.
Honourable Speaker, the watchman in Gain Sanjal has been on voluntary service for almost 3 years now. Does the ministry have any plans to offer him a permanent employment opportunity?
Honourable Speaker, my ministry is aware that a certain individual has been working as a volunteer watchman at the said health facility. I would like to inform the Honourable Member that the management of Ngain Sanjal Health Centre is currently paying the volunteer monthly from their results-based finance subsidies. Additionally, the Directorate of Human Resources for Health under the Ministry of Health is in receipt of the job application from the individual, and the process of employing him is ongoing.
Thank you very much, honorable members. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister for Health, for those answers provided. Thank you. You are released. You can go now.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you, honorable members, for those questions, both substantive and supplementary. And I want to thank you for the time. I now put the question. Be it resolved that this August Assembly do stand adjourned until Thursday, 14 September 2023. Order, please. Order. Be it resolved that this August Assembly do stand adjourned until Thursday, 14 September 2023 at 10 a.m. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. The Assembly now stand adjourned until Thursday, 14 September 2023 at 10 a.m. Stand. What is it?